Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は257日目です。It is day 257, day 3. Day 3 of the cycle. Looks like we might have one other unit on top, right? 147. So we had about 103 items. And we've entered the new cycle where started the new routine. So we're in the post 100 day, maybe like post 150 day staggered cycle. So nowadays all the groups should be like 60 to 70. So I'm guessing I might have digressed. That's what we have. 33 items, 34 items, or actually 44 items plus 38. That's about 81. So it's I talked about this yesterday, but whenever there's like a 2 to 3 hour gap, there's like a 3 hour gap right now between the last set of units, and that's about 38 plus 44. Yeah, that's probably one of the units, so we'll probably get the second half tomorrow. These are leeches. So we have 4. That's probably early leeches. So got a few residual things. And there are a couple where recently they added something and moved a couple things. So could be one of those. Like anytime you see like 7, 4, those are the remaining leeches. They're getting smaller though. Getting smaller. And then you have these things, which is probably these are probably move items, leeches, and then you can see it's 81. 81, so is another group. Yeah. Like 27 plus 78 is a group. Sometimes there's digressions, right? So very predictable now that we're settled into our post 150 day 150 cycle, which I basically rarely we're like avoiding and circumventing the having leeches. I think not the most conducive for myself. Not the biggest fan on that aspect of SRS. Okay, all right, let's get into it. I don't think there was anything particularly terrifying yesterday other than getting lots of reviews and thinking through them, right?
She.優れる.
Okay. That's a bit slow.
Asanebo.
防水.
No. No, wait. This is go, right? But it's not hakaru. That's I think it might actually just
Ryo.
be Ryo. Okay. Okay. Uh,
不燃ごみ
wait. No. No. Am I having? Not the Gen thing. Alright, it's not the Gen thing. It's the for every interesting. Oh, because in a
ごとに
that took uncomfortably long. That one's a bit rough.
バス停
Stay.
区分
Maybe. Heck. Heck, not again. Oh no. Oh, right. Um,
人狼
you know. Ugh, I mean, that was not good.
測る
How do... Hmm. Bit slow on that one. Boy. Dang it. That took a really long time. Hmm.
価値観
Achkan. Achkan. Right.
観光客
Kokyak.
可燃ごみ、
ゴミ。
残額、
残額。Heck. Uh, Something's not clicking between shoe. Oh, it's because it's not. No, it kind of is though.
納める、
ダメる。
アメリカ製、提案する、
提案する。
年額、
100。
紅葉、
紅葉。
革命家、
革命家。
受領書、
要所。Heck. Heck. Oh.
名詞、
飯。Oh, that takes two. That's quite. That's very loose.
制作、
製品、
製品。
定額、
定額。 Heck, not that. Not what I think it is. Heck. Oh, maybe it is. No, I think so. Oh no, 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 not that. Oh wait. Okay. So why am I having trouble connecting Soul to increase? Because it's probably not increased. I need it to connect to hmm. Hmm. Just not connecting. I think we're good. Um.
燃やす
So. Okay.
立つ
That's it. Whoops.
担当
Until. Until. Oh wait.
応援する
応援する. What? Same deal. What? Oh. Wait.
日本製
で.
今さら
That, For 30 minutes? Alright, you put a time limit? I'm doing pretty well today. We're still relaxing. Got some updates down the line. Started brainstorming about October because we gotta start our Inktober plans. How are you doing? How are you doing? Did you hang out with your folks and family members? I think that was the plan, right? Oh, the time limit was a requirement for you to join stream. Oh, I see. It's fair enough. Yeah, you went to the pub with your pops and sister, I see. Which was good, I see. Any interesting dialogue? It's like honest? No, it's not honest. Now? Ew. Oh. Is it like furthermore? Oh no, wait. I'm getting two things mixed up. This is sorry, too late. Sorry, too late. You didn't end up going to the snooker club as you're a bit pushed for time. Oh, okay, so you and your dad play pool at the pub? I see. Is that a pastime for your father? Is that something you guys do? No. Heck. This is honest. No. Man, that's rough. That's really rough.
違い
Okay. Dialogue, but an interesting thing did happen. You beat your dad at a game of pool and someone came up and asked if we're doing winner stays on, so you agreed and you played him. He started and potted a ball on the break, then potted all the balls in one turn so you didn't have a single shot, and then he just shook your hand and said cheers for the game, mate, and then just walked off. So you got full racked. That's pool, alright. I honestly, I actually think that would be kind of fun to watch. I haven't ever seen, like, I haven't ever had a chance encounter with someone who's able to do that. It'd be fun just to chill there and watch them do the work. In fact, I would probably shake their hand and it's like, can you pocket the rest for me? That's what I would probably have thought. It's like, how about cleaning the entire table? Just watch for the sake of watching. You mean it did end up just being it's true. I do like how you just shook your hand and cheers for that game, mate. That's kind of nice. My God knew what he was doing. I don't think I've ever had a moment like that. Did I have a moment like that? No, I don't. Like, I haven't ever been the other person. There are some times, but that's because I was insecure. That was more like when I was young and insecure. There was also a young child there who plays often, as I see him at that pub a lot, and he looks about 10, but is incredibly good. That's reassuring. That's cute. I like going to university events a lot of times, like just chilling at university events, because you get to see like people doing those things, and it's like in an appropriate place. But that is a pretty funny, interesting event. Your dad ended up beating you 4-3. Oh, well, that must have been a nice close game then. Yeah, I have no aptitude for pool. Frankly speaking, it's kind of fun when I think it's kind of funny when I completely miss the cue ball. The cue. That has most definitely happened before. Where like you get so fixated on trying to like hit a top spin or like a reverse English that you completely just like miss the cue entirely. You got that classic, you know, how you're trying to push forward, right? So you're aiming up here. You know, the cue is right here, right? Right. And you like kind of slid off the top. And then you hear the wood, you know, like you hear the wood run against the cue ball. I've done that a lot. And sometimes when you're trying to do reverse, right, you're aiming down here now. And instead of hitting the ball, I would hit it would hit the table first. It would like scoot up. So then the ball would bounce a little. That totally happened. Most of the time I just hit dead center and just work on like direct angles, you know, like when you have a table, only work with straight lines and you're only hitting, none of that fancy stuff. Like trying to place English on your ball is that's only I announce it a lot of times, like hey, guess what, all right, hear me out, I'm gonna try something, just be careful, the ball might actually leave the table, right? So I do that a lot of times, like hey, okay, I understand I'm not very good at this game, but I want to try something, but hear me out, keep an eye out for the ball because it might be unpredictable. So that type of thing is a lot of fun to throw in. It happens in bowling a lot too. When you go and casually, if you go like open house and go to bowl with other people, oftentimes it's great to, if you're the experienced person, I typically try to do something that I don't often do because it's fun to show that you're having fun and experimenting and being out of your comfort zone. So it's a way to like meet the energy. It's not that I expect other people to do it, but for myself, I prefer to do that. So whenever like someone says, oh yeah, you know, you've bowled before, this must be like easy for you, and it's just like, well, let's not make it easy, let's do something fun, like let's make it uncomfortable, right? If you feel uncomfortable, then let's be mutually uncomfortable together. And that's usually how I go about it, even in conversation. So conversation activities have to get the same energy, unless it's for a very particular purpose, like when someone literally wants me to be the person that is like for example navigating or showing someone around. That's perfectly understood. Most of the time I default to matching the person's energy. If the person's insecure, then let's try to be insecure together, right? That type of thing. Yeah, it was good. Your dad has stopped practicing on his pool table at his house because he plays pool at the pub every Thursday with his mates. Oh, that's a very healthy weekly thing. Next, you're gonna be telling me he also does trivia nights on Saturdays or something. I think that's really fun. The idea of having a weekly meeting time with buds. But he said because he's gotten a lot better than his friend, he's decided to stop practicing at home. That's fair. Yeah, you've done that usually after a few pints though. I'm usually sober, so just keep that on the record. One trick you use if you have to hit the ball off the side and then in, you imagine a mirror on the table and aim for the pocket where the mirror shows up. Yeah, that's how it, provided you're hitting straight, right? In fact, in video games, I know you weren't around when I was playing Like a Dragon games, but there's a mini game there's a mini game that you have to complete in pool, and I literally take like be careful not to dox myself. So I literally like take a piece of paper, right? This, I don't have non-sensitive paper, so I literally take a piece of paper and I would, you have a top down and you would have like a ball here and a ball here, and there's like a bunch of balls here, and you need to hit into this pocket, right? I literally line the reticle, and then you take the piece of paper and you line up the piece of paper with this one. So you got to make sure that it's lined up in order to hit, like do a bounce shot or a mirror shot, right? Or a combo shot of any sort. So it's very useful to imagine the mirror. This is obviously provided that you are hitting in a straight line, right? Unlike me, sometimes there's unintentional English left and right, and then it is a little bit off, and then obviously the game of pool will punish you for that. For next time, you could launch the bowling ball into the roof, as I imagine you haven't done that before. No, I have not. I have seen a few people that come. Actually, it's not that. I don't think I've seen, like, my time working at the bowling alley, the closest I've ever seen was like, if you have a perspective, right, here are the pins. Probably like halfway between the roof and the because some people actually do loft techniques where they loft their balls and then it would hit, and this is their track. So they would start around the first set here, and they would throw this, and then it would catch the lane and it would hook back in. The way this is what you meant with the mirror. Let me see. Yeah, exactly. So the reason why that works in a video game is because a video game, oftentimes they tell you the trajectory of the ball, right? And it would hit, right? But you have to imagine this collision and the resulting hit, and then looking at the mirror and where it's gonna go. So it's like doing it 2 times. You have to like do it 2 times. Where when the ball hits, did you know about this from your YouTube video about video game mirrors? Do you know about this from a YouTube video about video game mirrors? No. I don't know what that means. Wait, you mean like someone covered this? Not really. I know this from physics. It's a physics thing. So no, not really. But I imagine that's the reason why I imagine this is accurate is because the video game people who design these mini games probably use physics. Like just 2D physics for that. Okay, only because there was a video that blew up explaining video game mirrors? Oh, that's interesting. Like literal mirrors? Like reflection mirrors? Like how they create images and then how they render the reflection on a mirror? Like things hitting at an angle, different things hitting at an angle. It is a basic property of physics, so probably not. And if it was a recent video, I have no idea. This pool was in my life in high school. Pool was in my life in high school, and high school is when you learn physics. So what was it? I think it was my junior year of high school. And most of that physics translate to the table. Obviously, there's a little bit more. You tried out drinking something other than water this week? Ooh, Mika, what did you try? And what were your experience? Give me some details, Mika. What have you given a shot at? A protein shake? Have you tried a protein shake? I feel like a protein shake is not too much of a leap. Or maybe like I kind of like fiber stuff. So like fiber in water to help with the eel regular gut stuff. So like a fiber mix or something. That's usually something that is a leap, a bit of a extension from water. You can add like fiber, which protein shakes are very kind of like that too. Because last time we were talking about caffeine, but there are other ways, obviously, to facilitate. Like, I'm not sure if people consider shakes as drinks. That's also an interesting question. I'm not entirely sure if people think insoluble or soluble fiber. Insoluble fiber, like old people fiber. I'm getting old, and I'm not one to deal with ageism and stigma. Like, if I need fiber in my diet, I add fiber in my diet, like from time to time. So like things like benefiber would be something that would come up a lot in older people, but that doesn't mean it's like something off limits for younger people. So you can add fiber to your flavored drinks or like proteins and stuff. So when you're drinking like water, sometimes it's perfectly all right to add some peptides and fiber. Might as well up the game a little. Matcha bubble tea. Ooh, classic matcha. You used to like it, but you found a nearby place that makes it well. You think it's not a waste that it was enjoyable and not paired with food, but you still don't agree with drinking food. That's fair. Also, yes, caffeine, but also I like to live your life. Wait, you mean like the bubble tea has caffeine? Well, okay. And then you're like saying, yeah, you took the caffeine because you want to live a little. Is that what you mean? Or are you... The sentence is kind of weird. Like, are you saying that you... Are you referring to what I'm saying earlier about we talked about caffeine before? Or I'm not entirely sure how much caffeine bubble tea has on a regular basis, like on an average basis. That's understandable. And you don't think it's a waste because it was enjoyable? Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what I was referring to. But as in, you don't want to say no to drinks just because of caffeine being a factor. That's fair. Despite it technically not being super healthy, it's okay as a one-off sort of thing. It's minimal levels. Okay. What is this? Wait. Have you seen the number file video on a elliptical pool table that you can't miss the pot on? I have not. By the way, Number File is a great channel if you haven't watched any of their videos. There's a chance I might have watched a video by them. It sounds like something that I would come across, but I don't know on what topic. I'm not familiar with the elliptical pool table though. Insoluble or soluble fiber, both a lot of times. Usually it's insoluble fiber. Making food into liquid form like smoothie is a quick way to increase its glycemic index, which isn't good. Not really. That's not true. But the examples that people think of are probably true. Tea doesn't tend to have much caffeine. Coffee is a tea as well, but it varies, right? It varies. You don't think regular drinking tea has any negative effects? Do you know of any? Typically, wait, which bit isn't true? That tea doesn't tend to have much caffeine. And then also the glycemic index thing. That's like, it deals with a vehicle, right? Like making food into liquid form. Like there are things that, like ensure, for example, that it's not what you think. But we have an issue here. There are more known examples. And what I mean by is unique examples of something bad that you guys are talking about, both of you actually, versus frequency of things that are known to be protective. So the example that I'm saying are frequent but not numerous. The examples you're talking about, like making food into liquid form, like smoothies, is a quick way to increase glycemic index. You're talking about all the unique examples, but they are not the frequent things that people talk about when they're talking about soluble fibers and whatnot. So like there are very frequent specific products or specific things that when people get older, they consume in increasing quantities to offset their biological maintenance. Not the same as all the things you're talking about, which is probably supplement, where people take supplements to an extent where it's not needed. So they aren't offsetting things, they are trying to gain performance. Your main example that comes to mind was things like eating an orange versus drinking. Exactly. That is supplement. You're talking about convenience. That is not the same as this. So those things increase glycemic index because the available sugar. How's that a supplement? Well, you can squeeze your own orange juice if you want. Drinking orange juice is not the same as eating an orange. Like they're fundamentally two different process. If you're talking about comparing orange juice with water, then yes, it would increase glycemic index. You can eat an orange and drink the water. Supplement and convenience. Those are not the same thing. If you're comparing eating an orange versus drinking orange juice, they're not the same thing. Like, they're so far from the same thing. It's like, okay, well, you can drink water or a soda. Like, well, they're not the same thing. I mean, unless you don't care about glycemic index. Like, bringing up something like glycemic index would make it so that this is an orange and apples comparison. And even then, orange and apples are closer than orange juice and eating an orange. No, when you're saying changing the glycemic, I don't mean comparing two things. I mean consuming a thing in one form versus consuming in another. You are comparing things. So when you squeeze an orange in and consume that, right? You're not consuming the orange. They are different. That's why you can compare them. Like, what I mean is you're comparing them, but you're comparing not consuming the orange to just consuming the juice of the orange. In my opinion, they're not in different forms. They are not in the same form. I agree with you. They are in different forms. So, you have to make a comparison with something that's in the same form. To me, when me and Mika, when we're talking about drinks, we were comparing drinks. But I mean, that is true. But you said which isn't good. That's not true. Like, drinking orange juice or juiced fruits is not inherently bad. Just for the record, like, increasing in glycemic index, that's something that's like a huge buzzword. What I described does not increase glycemic index. So no, it's not making food into liquids, into smoothies. It is a quick way to increase glycemic index, which isn't good. Some, yeah, lots of numerous examples. Like smoothies is a great example because most of the examples of smoothies are supplements. And they tend to be supplemental in terms of their convenience. So over consuming smoothies while being supplemental and convenient is, yeah. Meanwhile, the thought about, like, for example, the thought about a vitamin deficiency, like a scurvy or something, and then you start thinking, well, if it elevates your glycemic index when you're drinking fruit juice. I'm choosing examples that are not relevant to each other just to demonstrate how the comparison is, where, okay, changing glycemic index. Okay, well, fruit juice is not good, right? Well, there are plenty of examples where it's fine, isn't good. I can agree with you. You could say increasing glycemic index isn't good, because you're not actually saying it's bad. So I think I might have overstepped what you're implying there. Although afterwards, when you said you don't think drinking tea has any negative health effects, I think when you say isn't good, it's implying it's bad because you're also thinking of negative health effects. And drinking tea regularly is not known to have negative health effects. Drinking smoothies regularly also has no significant negative health effects. But somehow glycemic index isn't good, but tea doesn't have any negative health effects. So that to me is a double standard. It's telling me that you probably don't drink fruit juice in any way because you believe it isn't good, and then you're drinking tea because you believe there's not any negative health effects. Generally speaking, moderation means that most things don't have negative health effects, right? The whole glycemic index thing is an interesting one. I'm not entirely sure if you have a history of family members who have high glycemic index or something, and that's why you're specifically exposed to glycemic index. But generally speaking, a person's diet is composed of a lot of things that are high in glycemic index that are otherwise seen as healthy things. Like, for example, watermelon. I absolutely love watermelon, but it's incredibly high glycemic index. In fact, it would probably be higher than orange juice itself. Pineapples, pumpkins, anything that is like very whole wheat bread, possibly. I'm not sure about oatmeal actually. Oatmeal probably doesn't. Sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes have a fairly significant glycemic index. So, if it was measured based entirely on glycemic index, I suppose you could stick with things like here's one. Chocolate has a low glycemic index. So, I mean, as the last time I checked, chocolate has something else, but it definitely doesn't have a high glycemic index. Anything can be good or bad health-wise, depends on how much and often and when it is, but nothing is perfectly healthy and vice versa. Well, that's what I said. But, Mika, that's what I was trying to communicate the last time we talked about this. But you treated it as though it is. I think you talk about health as though it's not that. And saying anything, I kind of disagree with that too, because it's way too easy to say that. There are many things, most things in moderation tend to have negligible consequences to the homeostasis of the body. However, anything is too much of a blanket phrase that I would comfortably be able to say or agree with. And then it depends is it always like one can argue, one can agree it always depends, but that doesn't say anything about what you think. When you speak about health and healthy foods and the decisions you make, in my opinion, you don't believe that, Mika. If I have to be direct with you, you don't speak as though you believe the statement you just made. Because you basically told me your motivations on drinking bubble tea, and you make the decision that it's okay, it's a one-off thing, things aren't super healthy, things are pretty negative. You don't believe that, in my opinion. I do, and largely is why I would prefer to talk about food in that way. Not necessarily where like you tried to make the argument about something that's strictly healthy and strictly not, and somehow it makes you feel better or not better knowing that it's healthy or not healthy. I think someone who internalizes the idea that you can exercise discipline and you know when you need something and not need something and get like cost risk benefits, those are individuals who would probably internalize the idea that it really does depend. You can't remember the name for it, but you saw something about how nearly everything can be somewhat beneficial as long as it's a small amount, even things like poison or radiation. Yes. The radiation one. The radiation example would probably be sun exposure. Poison is a little bit interesting. Poison. Now, I wonder if this person is referring to quotations in poison. So anything that's bitter is technically poison, is exogenous. So if that person was making like a really, really loose, if they broaden their categorization of poison, anything that tastes bitter is exogenous to the body. So like one exogenous thing would be minerals. Minerals are exogenous to the body, right? It's not produced in the body. Minerals are not produced in the body. They are absorbed. And when you think about poisons, you could think about metal poisoning. That's usually a common one. Sometimes people confuse lead with iron. Right. And the reason why I bring up iron is because iron deficiency is happens to individuals who have an all or none perspective on health, right? Where there's one case, since we believe in dependency, how much, when, where, and how it's leaded gas for cars. Yeah. So iron deficiency is a really big one. Zinc is another one. And then it can lead to things like silver poisoning. Right. So those are good examples. And this is obviously, we're not saying things are strictly bad or good. It's to I want to introduce a lot of ideas, and then those ideas can be whatever you choose to make of it. I think people are entitled to their decisions, and I'm offering my take on stuff. Like for example, I don't know if they're water soluble fiber or something. So sometimes I add like for example, mycelium husk. So mycelium husk can be a source of fiber. And you can just add it to your food. Add it to your food, right? Now, this is wonderful if you know some days you're low on fiber. But when people talk about good, bad, healthy, and unhealthy things, right? A giant connected network of mycelium holds the record for largest living organism, by the way. That is true. So sometimes I think of coral reefs, but coral reefs are no longer abundant. But especially when we're thinking about Australia. So here's my thing about good, bad, and healthy and unhealthy stuff, right? When you think of mycelium husk, if you think of it as healthy, like let's say healthy source of fiber, so then you start adding this to everything, right? You start adding this to everything. Well, there's waste happening. When people use waste, they mean like diminished return. There's also wasting in diminished return. So you could be wasting things, like the idea of vitamins, excess vitamins. But vitamins are healthy, aren't they? Well, when you label them as healthy or unhealthy, it also leads to waste. Eating something that is unhealthy can be seen as wasteful. But also eating things that ends up being supplementary is also wasteful, right? So that's kind of where I'm going with this. High glycemic index is a problem for people who might have health issues concerning that. And I recognize with Mika, we talked about caffeine because both of us ended up sharing a condition, a heart condition, right? A heart condition. However, those things must also be taken into context with the source of the glycemic index, right? You have pros and cons of the forms. Like if we're talking about food as a form, right? This is where we come into like orange versus the juice of the orange, right? We have to take in the whole thing. So the juice does not contain a lot of the orange. The orange is kind of missing from the juice, right? The rest of the orange. So it's the juice of the orange. And this is very similar where when you take something as healthy, like water can be a vehicle in many things. So if you eat watermelon, you are eating watermelon and water of the watermelon, which comes in the form of a juice. So oftentimes you can have situations when you look at things where the focus is very particular, so then you can make decisions on them. But what happens is, in the long run, in my opinion, a nice thing to embrace, the anything can be good or bad health wise, depends on how much, often, where, when you consume them. You also know when you are deficient or not deficient in them, right? That's one of those things. And the amount, right? How much, and then when and where, right? So in my case, if you supplement your fiber, you can get constipation. That's when someone starts pooping out pellets. Like they start having backup. Yeah, and this happened before. And the large reason is, one of the bigger reasons for backup in fiber is that they're trying to address a different imbalance, and that's often overconsumption. So you can probably check out maybe a dietitian, like a professional dietitian online somewhere, who have a channel. I watch one person. It's the lady, I forgot her name, but the lady with IBS. She's a licensed dietitian with IBS, and oftentimes whenever she's talking about fiber as a way to like maybe manage weight and try to reduce underconsumption and maybe protect from IBS symptoms or sensitive stomach symptoms, when you lean into overloading with fiber, it creates constipation, discomfort, and can be tough, right? But when you adapt to it, it's no longer a thing. Now, there's still the idea that things are wasteful when you have too much of it. So I think Abby Sharp is wait, let me make sure. Let me just look at her name. No, it's not Abby Sharp. I don't know this lady. She recently published a book. It's Kylie Sakaida. Sakaida, because she's Hawaiian, I think, right? She's Hawaiian and she has Japanese roots. It's the reason her stuff comes up on my feed is because I listen to Japanese stuff and like intercultural stuff. So a lot of her videos came up about her cultural identity because she's multicultural. So, and then it was revealed later that she's actually a dietitian. Most of her content is dealing with dietary things, and she published a book on a balanced eating lifestyle while having like dealing with digestive protective digestive exercises, and then it bleeds into like nutrition, right, for weight and whatnot. Yeah, it's Sakaida. I actually don't know what the pitch accent is for this, but yeah, I don't know, it could be any Sakaida, but she has one where it balances that. Also, for obese people, losing weight too quickly can release a deadly amount of fat soluble vitamins. I've heard. And generally speaking, I think a lot of times we have to think about adaptation, right? Adaptation. So, for example, I'm all for the people who think about healthy and unhealthy things, right? Like that's great. Healthy, unhealthy things. The thing is, oftentimes the way people speak and make decisions is either yes or no. So oftentimes the body does not do cold turkey. I mean, you can certainly do like willpower and You can certainly willpower it all you want, and willpower is often dealing with mental perceptions, right? So if you think that drinking fruit juice, for example, is high in glycemic index, right? Which I still agree it is high in glycemic index, relatively speaking to its counterpart, which is having the whole orange. Like, if you're eating the orange, you're eating everything else about the orange. And the juice doesn't contain those parts of the orange, right? And a glycemic index is based on the volume of the thing. So if the fruit juice contains everything that is of the juice of the orange, but it does not contain the rest of the orange, like for example, what happens if you blend the entire orange into the solution? Then there's a lot of other things of the orange that is in the juice. So when you juice out an orange, you are leaving the rest of the orange behind, right? Or at least even like, I guess you can try to like scoop out the, you know, the cellulose and all that stuff out of it, and then, you know, grind it up, you know, with the pulp, and all, like it becomes pulp, I guess is what they say. Then you would have a bit more of the properties of the orange, which I would say probably lowers the glycemic index. So glycemic index is used per unit volume. I don't actually know. My guess is it does, because it's an index, so it's a ratio, right? Usually when you think of glycemic index, like an index or a standardization, it's probably a ratio. I'm not a dietitian, please be aware. So if anyone is like saying, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about, I actually really do not know what I'm talking about. I'm making presumptions about statistics, and generally speaking is largely because I learned these things out of curiosity. So let's see how glycemic index is calculated. Yes, it's per an area. Oh, and it's based on the response curve for reference foods. So it's a ratio of a ratio. Yeah, it's a ratio of a ratio. I don't know what the standard is. Is it measured through insulin release? That's a good question. I'll have to get back to you on it. I would love to learn a little bit more about the glycemic index. This, again, not a dietitian or even a nutritionist. I'm not a self-proclaimed nutritionist. I don't do this professionally in that way, and I'm also not a licensed dietitian. And I don't have any colleagues who are licensed dietitians, so take it with a grain of salt. But it does appear that calculating glycemic index is not standardized. So glycemic index is not standardized in a way. It is a reference. So they're using interesting. So no, it doesn't take into account the unit volume of the thing. It's an index that's measured by the response of a reference food from a person. Oh, that makes things really complicated. Dang. Intriguing. Huh. Yeah, it's measured by the blood response with the specific of the blood cell. That makes things complicated, because how do you, so what is the representative, like, how do you use that? So it takes like, so you standardize the response, right? The blood glucose response. Let's say of an archetype human, right? an archetype human, and it's normalized to, I don't know, and this says 50 grams. 50 grams of the reference food, right? And then it's a ratio of the target reference food. So this is of the target reference food, foreseeably of a related human, like the human. Well, I mean, ideally it would be the same human. And then look at the glucose response, right? The blood glucose response. Interesting. I would totally agree that fruit juice would totally spike the blood glucose. It would be a high glycemic index. No questions asked. Is it bad or good if this is what it's measuring? That's an interesting thought. So, I have come across, can you read my message that starts, I've just thought? Oh, I've just thought because you chew on orange when you eat it, that squeezes, I missed something. I've just thought because you chew on an orange when you eat, that squeezes all the juice out of the segments, so it would still have the same glycemic index, or does consuming the fiber with the juice mean it lowers the glycemic index? That is a really great question, honestly. That is a good question. Yes, consuming dietary fiber, particularly viscous soluble fiber, helps reduce the glycemic index and glycemic response of foods, according to Gemini. Again, this is Gemini, but yes. So it would be impacted. So now we're not talking about the glycemic index. We're just talking about the consumption of the food, because apparently the glycemic index only measures the overall blood glucose response. So it's not talking about anything about the volume, or the volume and the nature of the food, right? So, which brings back to the point of having soluble fibers in your liquids, right? So that brings, in my opinion, a really fun age-old question of whether grinding the whole thing aids in it. The glycemic index measures the impact the food has on blood sugar. Yeah, but it's not based on just the spike. Instead, it calculates the total incremental area under the curve. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. So that's what they're doing, right? They're comparing it in a window. But this window is summarized in a index, right? Like a amount. And then they take that amount and place it over a different amount, right? So in that way, what the only thing it's measuring is the blood glucose level, right? So we have to keep in mind it's comparing blood glucose level across this area. Now the question is, when something has a high glycemic index, right, that means blood glucose level goes up relative to whatever it is. Now, I'm not entirely sure if there are any research here. I was about to mention this. I'm not entirely sure if I've read primary literatures about, say, someone's life cycle, like in a 24-hour period. It doesn't seem like it measures the insulin levels in response. Okay, that's fair. Hear me out, Proko. I'm not too sure. So what happens between someone who's I don't think this is what happens in the body, but like, what if someone has like this type of pattern, right, in their glucose? They have spikes, right? Spikes. The way I would agree that high glycemic index probably isn't good is that these spikes are detrimental. And if someone had, say, something like this, and what I mean is, if you like take the area under the curve, you could have the area equal the area, but the rate is different. Or like maybe even the highs and lows. The range is not the same, right? The delta range is higher. So I don't actually know. So I think that might be why there's this impression that high glycemic foods are bad for you, like Prokop. Like I actually don't know. I would agree if these spikes are bad, as in like your body, this tears down, like maybe this deteriorates your body over time versus this. Right. So the only reason you assume the spikes in blood glucose level is bad is due to the fact that too many regular spikes of insulin is bad for you. Interesting. I believe that's not to be true. It is not true. Or it is unclear. I'm going to say it is unclear. Now, it would be very terrible for people who are diabetic or insulin resistance. But looking at the 2 or 3 NIH articles that published to... one is from 2019, is kind of... one meta-analysis 2019 is kind of far off, but 2024 is not too bad. So insulin spiking and then normalizing is not detrimental unless you have a genetic disorder, like insulin resistance in diabetics. The idea, I was trying to see if there's a link or a correlation between insulin spiking and the development of insulin resistance, because that could put the hat, like the feather on the cap, right? If it leads to diabetes, for example, acquired diabetes, but it's unclear. The causal link between developing, like acquiring diabetes or some insulin resistance over time from spikes is unclear. It's not to say that it's not true. It could still end up being true, or more acceptable. At the current time, there are prevailing myths, like particular dubious, like there is reasonable doubt. One of them is insulin spikes after a meal are inherently bad, right? But we're also talking about maybe not meal dependent, when you're spiking your glycemic index or you're spiking your blood sugar when you're having a snack or something. That's perfectly fine. But we're talking about, let's try to find an example that happens to most people, which is when they eat, they have meal spikes. And then another ongoing myth right now, it's a myth because there's nothing supporting it, and there's not enough supporting it, and there's not enough against it. So these are others, like you must flatten all glucose spikes for optimal health. That is not correct. Like there's not enough evidence for or against it. So if you're saying that you must always maintain your body must try to homeostatically also consume things that do like flatten out your entire thing, there's no strong correlation at the moment. It still can be true and it can also be false, right? So right now there's So those are the things that I was looking for because I haven't really considered it. And then there's high carb diets. There's also high carb diets will always cause a harmful insulin spike. That is also not held up yet, right? Avoiding carbs is the only way to manage blood sugar. I know that to be actually closer to the false side now of things. So like when you're saying, it's kind of like the whole carbs are bad, or like added sugar is strictly bad in the sense of it will do these things. Those are not substantiated to an extent, right? Again, it's easier to say what it is not yet than confirming things. So we have to keep in mind, I'm exercising my null hypothesis right now. It is far easier to support insufficient evidence than knowing the truth, right? There's also a few things that I also want to emphasize. Insulin and weight gain are not correlated incredibly strongly. So when people say insulin can cause weight gain or weight gain leads to insulin problems, those are not strongly correlated, not strongly causally linked. They are correlated. Sorry, I misspoke a little. They do happen together, but when it comes to like mechanistic understandings and stuff, it's very difficult to know if they are causally linked because there's the overall behavioral aspect. Those who happen to be heavy live a lifestyle that may collectively create and lead to insulin resistance. This is where a lot of the body of behavioral things come from, the coincidences, right? There's also there's the opposite, artificial sweeteners and whatnot, but I think as far as I know, I'm as confused as any other person because there's not substantial evidence. A brief overview, one website says that being pre-diabetic means you have higher than normal glucose levels, but I don't know if that says that all the time your glucose levels are too high or only when you eat or think. Yeah, that's also a great question, because hear me out. I'm having a problem understanding blood glucose, right? So let's say the latter example. If your blood glucose is chronically higher, right? Chronically higher, is the spike not as dramatic as someone who has chronically low glucose? You know what I mean? Because if they're consuming similar foods, it would reach something, right? And then is it like a particular threshold that then you have to moderate? Or so what I'm saying here is I'm having a problem understanding body homeostasis versus a disease, or you can say versus a disease that makes body homeostasis terrible. So like, for example, if you're insulin resistant, your body is not as great at maintaining homeostasis, right? So the spikes can be detrimental. Now, this is where correlation falls apart, because if you're not diabetic, does that mean spikes are detrimental? Right? Because something happened before it. It is a condition that the person is pre-diabetic to create this situation. So when people talk about high glycemic index, it's understood that it can be detrimental when people are diabetic. Now, there's this thing about the body That happens a lot of times, and that's the body's adaptivity. So when a body stops adapting to certain things, they also don't stay good at it. You know what I mean by that? Like, what if you don't experience any of these glucose spikes? Like, you live a whole life of, I don't know, moderate glycemic index, like you just maintain your blood sugar just flat the whole time. There's no correlation that this is optimal health. And my thought is, if this is true, like if that leads to optimal health, then how do people perform? Right? So if you're saying that, then the optimal health is for people to be average the whole time. Is that true by nature? Like, just nature. If someone is average across the board the entire time, they are performing optimally. I can't even support that. I don't know. Like, a lot of times, I talk about moderation. Oh, we talked about this pro call. And I know you said 30 minutes. We're like way over 30 minutes. But I don't want to make you feel guilty or anything, but I'm not entirely sure about the 30-minute thing yet. So moderation. My thought. Yeah. So before you go, like before we moderate, my thought about moderation is that we had this discussion because a lot of times people think of moderation as this. This is what moderation looks like, right? You moderate. So a lot. I will echo what Mika said. Yeah, it's been way over 30 minutes. I'm sorry, Procol. But this is really interesting. And I think Mika and I have like an interesting challenge to negotiate this as well. When you think of moderation, oftentimes you're thinking about maintaining the same thing, right? And this is me curious because I don't know a lot of things. I think not knowing a lot of things makes me want to know a lot of things. So I want to be very clear. I do not know if any of this stuff is true. I'm using my logic and understanding to ask myself interesting questions on which I will go and look for it. There are interesting questions I want to ask. When it comes to moderation, right? I think most people think of it this way. If you can keep your body homeostatically non-perturbed, that is optimal health, right? So when people say it's neither good or bad health-wise, it depends on how much, often, and what it is. If they imagine a lifestyle that is completely average, right? They can probably maintain their their glucose levels. Now, hear me out. It's rarely do I ever think this is a curve that is natural. And when we think about natural, we also think about biology. So is this normal biology? Is not. Absolutely not. So one of the facts is, if you think this is the natural biology of a human body when you're going through your life, your 24-hour cycle, and you believe that this is what your blood glucose looks like because of homeostasis, like when you think of homeostasis, you think of your body will constantly maintain a healthy moderate. No, because depending, like if you eat 3 meals, it's going to look like this, right? And then now you start thinking, well, is that optimal health? Right? Is this optimal? Well, no, because for me, my curve looks like this. because I typically only eat one meal a day. And now you're asking, is that optimal? Like, am I becoming pre-diabetic? Am I becoming pre-diabetic or developing insulin resistance? So therefore, like, my weight is increasing because I have one intense glycemic spike because I consume only once a day, most of my life. The answer is I don't know, because as far as I know, I don't have insulin resistance, and I'm not gaining weight because of sugar consumption. I rarely consume sugar, but when you eat food, you have a glycemic spike. And then we got to talk about people who perform, athletes, right? And we're not talking about like up tip top world record. We're talking about people who are athletic. They are they have athleticism in their, they're going to experience spike wherever they have increased activity, because that's when their sugar level actually goes down, but they compensate by going up. So maybe you can make an argument, well, maybe it's more flattened because when it goes down, they're bringing it back up with like gels and stuff, and it goes up and down basically, and it's crazy. Like this is so complicated. I don't blame health professionals, right? I don't blame health professionals and, you know, Mika or you, Procall, for having differing opinions. Absolutely, we all probably have differing opinions, because how can you possibly rationalize most of these things without controlled data, right? Controlled experiments and human trials. Well, you can have those human trials, and then yet I would be really hesitant to be able to parse a lot of this data. Like, we can understand the fundamental building blocks, like when you spike something, if your body has the capacity to normalize it, if you stop doing that, does your body become less equipped to do that as well? So there's being able to, there's ability, right? Ability versus inability. That's a problem here. And oftentimes when it comes to nutrition, health benefits and unhealthy benefits, the question is, well, I have a potential heart condition, right? And so does Mika. That's why we agree. That's why we had a long talk about caffeine, right? And yes, I absolutely agree. Like, but this is under the category of inability. Now the question is, when someone says tea and coffee doesn't have any adverse negative effects due to modulation, probably not someone with a heart condition, but probably normal, very normal, and might even quote unquote be potentially beneficial in the terms of moderating the use, right? Because you gain, there's output in performance, right? So this is where we open the can of worms about the perception of healthy and unhealthy foods and whatnot. And in the end, when even something like glycemic index is normalized to the person, right? So it could fluctuate. So I think one thing that would be really wonderful in the future for technology and whatnot is the ability to see these things on you, right? Everyone exercises cautionary tales. Like, since Mika, you, Procall, and I are so interested in this stuff, being aware of it by being able to track these things sound like an amazing thing technology can improve. Like, for example, does my glycemic index or does my blood glucose normalize from my singular meal spike the same way that I normalize 4 spikes? Now, the problem with this idea is then we have a problem. And that is preventive care. And if you want to talk about ethics and stuff, then there's also privacy concerns. But well, we're not talking about this today, right? But preventive care, you can't prevent something that's happening right now. Like what I mean is people who are into preventive care, like living a healthy life, that's preventive care. And you can't do preventive care without predictive power. So when you're measuring your blood glucose, for example, there's got to be education for saying, okay, let's say you eat one meal a day and then you look at your blood glucose after a specific amount of time. There's got to be some standardization. So an index of, if you will, an index of your recovery time. I don't know if there is such a thing where like how long they're measuring like your sensitivity by based on, I'm guessing insulin sensitivity and resistance is a way to measure like your recovery time. But I can assure you I'm not like I'm barely even lethargic after a huge meal anymore. So, and I eat primarily one meal a day, and it's not for like another 6 hours, right? It's not for another 6 hours. So, the interesting thing is, does that mean that the high glycemic index is what I need to pay attention to? It's so fascinating. I got a lot of questions for sure. This is funny. As a few weeks ago, you asked your dad the exact same thing you're asking, as it's a natural progression of thought, as if too big a spike is bad, then it would seem to follow that the smaller the spike, the better it would be for you. Yeah. And yeah, hold up. I miss more things. I miss a lot more things. Okay, I'm going to research whether blood glucose levels are always directly proportionate with insulin level. I think that might be really difficult to measure adequately already. Like in molecular biology, it's so difficult to measure adequate, consistent measurements of dynamic systems that are happening, especially extracellular. It's far more convenient when you have a cellular environment that's outside of the whole milieu of your entire body. Like they're usually averages, right? But it doesn't take into consideration local concentrations. So when you talk about like insulin spikes, where are you measuring the insulin? And then it's usually like, I'm guessing it's like drawn from the blood, which is your circulating insulin. And I can only imagine what it's like in the body with localized insulin concentrations and blood concentrations. And what does that say to circulation? I don't know. That's surprising you thought the link between regular large insulin spikes and becoming pre-diabetic was more well supported. I think it's more well supported than I think, because I haven't read any of those things. Or it might be more for you because there's more evidence that you have read that supports it. For what I read was that there isn't enough evidence. So that's obviously not saying that there's becoming more well supported. It probably has become more well supported, that they're correlated at least. I'm not sure about the causal link of large insulin spikes leading to pre-diabetics. Here's one thing I want to consider. If you're someone who maintains your glycemic index or like your blood sugar very consistent, does a small spike in it, is it harsher than someone who consistently have a larger spike? For example, does your body respond differently when when your body is more accustomed to having, and we're not talking about thresholds, so we're not talking about like high death thresholds or something, like you're just throwing back sugar for the rest of your life, like in a small window. But we're talking about people who have tolerable amounts of spikes. But does that create a bigger insult if the rest of your time Like, for example, if your liver stops producing, like secreting a certain thing at a certain concentration because your lifestyle just happened to normalize that, does it whittle down in its resilience when it's being challenged by something else? Because we understand about body adaptivity, right? That's what leads to coffee insensitivity and insulin insensitivity. There's adaptations to it, right? But does it work the other way around too, where you feel the spike and it affects you more if you're maintaining? That's also something. From a brief, okay, we saw about the pre-diabetic thing. Maybe it just means in comparison to normal levels, as in when you eat, your blood glucose levels are higher than a normal person would be when they eat. Interesting. That's a good point. And also when you haven't eaten, it's also higher than the normal person level when they haven't eaten. When we're talking about diabetes, right? Like, or being pre-diabetic. Yeah, I don't think a constant flat level would be optimal as our bodies are designed for spikes. Yeah, basically. It's self-selected for spikes. I imagine there's just an optimal range for how big the spikes are. That's, yeah. You're right, it's so interesting. This is funny. Okay, we got that. I was curious about the difference between the two words. Resistance refers to the ability to withstand or avoid the effects of a harmful agent, yeah, such as a medication or pathogen. While tolerance is the capacity to endure or survive. Yes, exactly. Also, like a surprising amount of things, a lot of the damage comes from your body's overreaction in response to what you consume. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. Oversensitivity. Brian, yeah, go science for the technology. Hopefully technology sheds a lot more light on that. Brian Johnson has gone further than anyone I know in terms of preventive measure, if you know who that is. Is Brian Johnson biohacker? No. It's not. There's this thing. You mean the late Ozzy Osbourne is not on that list? Sorry, Ozzy Osbourne. I talked about Ozzy Osbourne a little bit. People were very interested in his like medical ability, like his body's composition, because Ozzy's life was incredibly tumultuous, both physically and mentally, or like very dynamic, and that's the day he died, the late Ozzy, right? Jesus, 1 meal a day. Are you able to consume about the recommended calorie intake doing that? Yes. For my new life. My new life is really like I sit a lot. It was not sufficient when I was younger. That's why I was underweight. So, my lifestyle transitioned well into my current lifestyle, where I don't burn a lot of calories. I am not that quite active. I'm sufficiently active, but I'm not overly active. When I was younger, it was enough to sustain like 110 pounds. Sort of. Sometimes I skip the day. So it was, maintenance. We talk about our basal metabolism and whatnot, and our activity levels, right? So my activity level's gone down. So it kind of just slide right on into the usual things. My meal, like, it's gonna be, I might as well be transparent about this, right? And then some nutritionists or maybe even a licensed dietitian will come on by and say, hey, this is gonna be bad and stuff, and I would become more aware. But for now, I consume like 1,800 to 2,000 calories in one meal. And I've largely estimated that because of my very low activity rates, it's got to be somewhere below 2000. I used to be like 3400, 3400 calories, because I'm up all day, I'm moving around constantly, nonstop. Now I don't. So, and then even on top of running and stuff, rarely do I ever hit a, what you call that, like, I need sugar phase. Like, there's no glycemic or glucose starvation. Like, I don't typically hit any of that at the moment. Is that like the biology equivalent of the physics show? A farmer wants to calculate the most efficient way to keep cows in a farm. He asked a physicist, and the physicists respond, I can calculate that, but only for spherical cows in a vacuum. Exactly. That is exact. You're talking about the molecular biology question. Yeah, molecular biology has this incredible problem that I believe, I don't know how it's going to be solved. I would love to live long enough. I hope I live long enough to see this solved. And that is local environment. And local environment is possible at certain scales. But it is not possible when resolution happens, not yet anyways, not adequately at the molecular scale. So when you're talking about, like, even in a cell, right? If this is a cell, it's already not possible to reliably measure local concentrations within a cell. And these local concentrations are very important. In fact, when you think about the thing inside the cell, the nucleus, which is where I usually am in my headspace. In the nucleus, you know, where your chromosome, you know, where your genetic material is, the local area, the local environment of that affects how transcription, how the process works. Like transcription, especially transcription. So how do you explain how there's this big glob, this genetic material, how this is being regulated for expression, for gene expression, right? Coding and non-coding gene expression. It's because the local environment is different. So without the necessary resolution, you can't make meaningful things about it. It's the averaging effect. So say you measure the cell and you notice that the cell now has, I don't know, X concentration, X moles of, I don't know, an insulin precursor, which is, it's not, I'm making it so that it's a little bit relatable to our diabetes thing. Insulin thing, right? You can't tell if there's like one giant blob of insulin precursor here and then it's empty space everywhere else. And then that's what's important. You only know that in the whole volume of the cell, it has this much insulin. So that's kind of like saying, if you have a body, right? I'm terrible at it. Oh my gosh. So if you have a person, right? And if insulin was localized to like here, but you're measuring insulin here, right? You know the average insulin level going through your body. But the difference could be that there's localized insulin. And that is what is correlating with resistance. So it's very difficult to know. So when someone has, like, say, a high glucose, blood glucose, usually you enter some dynamics, and that's why they take, in my opinion, that's why they look at it over time, right? Because over time will give you some resolution on how it's being normalized or how it's like being regulated, right? And that comes off as a wonderful, like, an additional mechanism additional mechanism into the insight of how the insulin is circulating, right? And you can kind of gather more information here. But when you're measuring an average of something, it's the start. It's like the first thing you can do. You're assuming an average thing. And unfortunately, we've already talked about insulin, right? Or like blood glucose. It's dynamic. It's rarely average. So that's the molecular question. It's so tough. Like, what you know is wherever you measured, wherever you drawn the blood, wherever you drawn the solution, it's a representation of the average effect of everything. But we're talking about spikes here. And spikes tend to be localized, both in time and also space. So, like, for example, it does the liver, for example, people's liver. Oh, actually, is that what the liver looks like, or did I draw a spleen? Or pancreas? No, I think I drew a pancreas. This is the shape of the pancreas, right? I don't have human physiology. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I do not know much about human physiology anymore, but I think I might have drawn the pancreas. I feel like this is also the shape of the liver. So anyways, whatever it is, pancreas slash liver, right? Pancreas slash liver, where insulin is involved, right? How do you know if it has something to do with these, like, the spatial constraints of the organ that is telling you where the threshold of your, like, spike is? I don't know. I have no idea, and it would be really awesome if there was a reliable way to do that. But since your body is like, since you're a meat bag, you know, you're a bag of fluids, right? Whenever you're measuring anything that's in a solution, my mind explodes, because the molecular question would be like, how do you know the local concentration? Your body interacts through molecular interactions. So if you're telling me that you have an average amount of concentration, usually the assumption, and it's not always true, the assumption is that the local concentration of the source of something is much higher. But how much higher is it? Because that could be more sensitive to defining what the threshold is. Like when you're eating, the source of the glucose, right, the sugar and stuff, when does the trigger happen? Where is the triggering? Because you can have an oversaturation. There's a chance you can saturate. So why is saturation important? That's an upper limit. An upper limit is wasteful. It can also lead to deterioration, right? And then there's also lower limit. Like absorption rate is often viewed as a lower limit as opposed to an upper limit. Like, for example, when people like their multivitamins, absorption is an upper limit in vitamins. It's wasteful beyond that point. And hear me out, this is even funnier. There hasn't been a determined upper limit average of protein absorption yet. Not even like a reliable one. What you can comfortably say is it's higher than what people think. And then there has been quite a lot of work for minimum maintenance, for like let's say for like the optimal health style thing, where like you can have a measure like 0.7 grams per body weight, per pound of body weight, right? There's also a lower limit for maintenance, right? But these things are wild. When I hear these things, my first thought is, how are they measuring this? Like, do they just measure whatever protein? Like, do they feed someone a lot of protein? I did read the primary articles. What they do is they take like control groups and try to normalize the control group to a fed group, right? Like different types of feeding, and then calculate the difference between them. And the output is when absorption stops, right? When absorption stops, or a relatively diminished return before they figure out an upper limit. But they still haven't figured it out. Like it's very difficult. The lower limit is a little bit. You can see in the reverse that you can probably determine the lower limit a bit. And they don't use readouts like local concentration or something. They use performance readouts or growth readouts oftentimes when the nutrient is incorporated. So things like maybe muscle growth or something like hypertrophy is a readout. And oftentimes this is where we go way back to the diabetes, like healthy and unhealthy. You use a pathological readout oftentimes. And the reason why I'm using pathological is because it's actually physiological, is what I would say. But nowadays, when something is advertised on the internet, they use pathology as a readout for health and like unhealthy. And the dangerous, in my opinion, the looming concern I have with using pathology is that the effects are under the conditions that someone has a deficiency already. So instead of looking at physiological changes that includes normal status, right? It's difficult to find significant changes. Most of the studies, when it comes to realized physiological differences, is when there's a pathology involved. So like when you're thinking about spikes, like insulin spikes, the danger of insulin spikes, that's determined often significant when it deals with the concerned pathology, which is diabetes, insulin resistance, right? Or inherited diabetic, like genetic disorders and stuff. Those are when you see significance. Now the question is, when you take the normal physiological person, is the effect seen? A lot of them, the effects trend the same way. And that's what creates the unhealthy situation that I would say is reasonable. But the answer is not clear oftentimes. So when you have an effect, when it's compared to a normal sample, and then you have the pathological sample, right? If this trends, like say, this trends towards unhealthy, and then they have a control group that also trends towards unhealthy, then it is reasonable to say that you might want to consider that this is a problem. It is unhealthy. That's not how, in my opinion, that's not how the internet interprets things. They take the pathological sample and use it as a standard for the norm. So when we're talking about high glycemic index, I'm not sure where that lands. The idea is that if you're normalizing to people, right? If you're normalizing to the average Joe, my only thought is the stuff that people do to gain performance and like longevity for example, their spikes are all over the place. There's so many different types of spikes. Like, hear me out. Does actually, let me make sure. Does beer have a high glycemic index? Yes, beer generally has a high glycemic index. The GI of beer can vary depending on the type and brand. That's perfectly fine. It ranges from 50 to 110. So it ranges from low glycemic, what's considered a low glycemic group, to mid glycemic group, to high glycemic group. Now hear me out. Lots of people love to use this. They like to use Japan as like the gold standard. Japan consumes a lot of beer. Lots of beer. So when you're saying, oh, you know, but during the day they eat healthy and most of their foods are not high in glycemia. Yeah, but they drink. Like, they drink a lot in the evening. That's a social ritual in Japan. Now you could make an argument. You could say, well, does, let's say, something like highball have high glycemic index? The answer is a highball is made with a spirit like whiskey and plain soda, right? So my question is, when you drink whiskey and plain soda of any time, is it higher than water? It probably is higher than water. And at that time, they are also spiking their blood glucose levels. And yet, if you try to use it as a cherry pick thing, well, their whole day is filled with spikes. And there are inherently large spikes in certain places in their diet. So even then, like, well, okay, then what are you saying? What are you saying, MAKU? Like, are you trying to disprove something? It's like, no, I'm trying to tell you a bunch of coincidences that does not explain how glucose spikes is causal of weight gain or the prevalence of diabetes and insulin resistance. Because if we're talking about temporal spikes, what is the upper limit of absorption or response? Because you can make an argument that if there's an upper limit, what are the upper limits here? What happens to the rest of it? Because if the limit is also low, then most people can hit that spike if they ate something like a cake. And the last time I checked, Japanese people still eat cakes, right? So if someone was drinking, if someone drinks water for their entire life, well, it's not a Japanese person. If I'm gonna be really honest, I don't know absolutely sure, but I can guarantee you there is more than 50% of people that are Japanese that do not only drink water. Right. But you can argue, well, they drink tea. It's like, okay. They drink coffee, possibly. Like, okay. So that doesn't spike your glucose, but they also drink beer. They still also eat desserts. They also eat fruits. Now, hear me out. You may make a counter argument and say, well, lots of people eat sugar in the United States, right? Right? Lots of people eat sugar, and then sugar is the problem. Sugar is the problem, right? And yes, overconsumption of sugar is a problem. I totally agree. And you can argue, well, Japan doesn't overconsume sugar. That's fair. But when it comes to overconsumption, there's often a correlation with diabetes and insulin resistance. But insulin resistance is addressing peaks. They're talking about chronic spikes of things, right? But you can overconsume by maintaining a flat line. It could be heightened, certainly, but if you distribute it, so what would lead to more overconsumption? Honestly, I actually don't know the answer to this. It would be really cool podcast or an episode on this when someone is able to delineate between what is a greater contributor to chronic like blood sugar, like high blood sugar. Is it someone who consumes 200 grams throughout the day? Or is someone who consumes 200 grams at once? Because then we can talk about glycemic index. Because glycemic index is providing the notion that spikes are terrifying, but if you distribute the same amount across them, it could be better, right? It could be better. I haven't ever thought about this in my life, until now, because I haven't considered, well, and you might be thinking, well, who has thought about it? People who talk about meal timing. There are so many ongoing fads and trends about meal timing. So, did any of them create a significant winner? The answer is absolutely 100%, not 100%, maybe like 80%. No. The answer is no. There is no consensus of who the winner is. Between intermittent fasting to grazing is the key word that people have done. Grazing. If you're a grazer versus an IF, right? And anything in between. And there's no amount of grazing that led to healthier or a statistically healthier, at least in my opinion, not like outright healthier, like insulin response versus someone who is under IF. And we're not even talking about people who do CD, a caloric deficit, like using exercise, using a practice of caloric deficit, right? I'm not talking about like performance-wise things. We're talking about caloric deficit in terms of longevity things. And then grazing, talking about grazing has that, actually, keeping your glucose level and your like body constantly metabolic, right? And not metabolic, but more like catabolic. Largely like trying to balance your anabolic and catabolic states, and that inherently will make your blood sugar very, very similar the whole time. And yet I don't see an entire world or culture or subculture or geography that is filled with human grazing. Now, there is an argument about social structure, like societal structure, that imparts the 3 meals a day thing. That is largely have been debunked, largely because there's not enough things to substantiate it. So now meal timing is a crazy, in my opinion, sideline consideration to these glycemic index things. I do have to admit though, my glycemic index is like non-existent until my 1 meal. Legitimately, everything is stacked onto the 1 meal. So all my macros are met in 1 meal. Like most of the time. There are things, occasionally my parents would be a little adventurous, or I would be. So yeah, I'm about to talk about snacks protocol. So every once in a while, if I know I'm gonna go late, there will be a glucose snack before it. So I say this literally. I do say this. I say, hey guys, I'm gonna go and Get up, stretch, walk around a little bit. I'll be back. I'll also grab a glucose snack, and it would be applesauce. The applesauce has 6 grams of sugar, of added sugar. And I use it because if I'm going late, it's not really a flat line, really. It's kind of like slightly going down, right? But is it? Does it slightly go down? Or is my body maintaining the same thing and it's signaling that I need more sugar? You know how when someone says like, oh, I haven't had sugar for a while and my blood sugar is dropping and you kind of feel like lethargic, maybe light on your head? I don't feel that. That's not why I take a glucose bump. I take it based on my meal schedule. So I don't necessarily eat predominantly based on when I reach a point that is bad anymore. So is that bad or good? It's so hard to know, right? I know that I'm going late, so my meal is going to be late. Why did I have a meal schedule? Habit formation. You know me, I'm the king of, or not, I'm not the king of habit formation. There are plenty of people who make millions of dollars and also are professional habit formation people. But for me, it's habit. Habits create standards, and then standards can help me determine what is changing or what is not. Let's see. So from the look at, wait, hold on. Are you still running every morning? I run every single morning, every single day. No questions asked. It could be cold outside, which could affect my health. It could be hot and stuff. Today was unusually hot, but every single day, that's what the fitness says, right? I post every single day. I run every single, and it's not really morning, it's whenever I get up, but I want to make that clear. It's whenever I get up. I get up and then the first thing I do is run. Or the first physical thing I do is run. I technically don't literally get up and then start running. There's a morning routine. You just found it. Hermesis is the name for when seemingly harmful things can be beneficial with the right dose. Ah, I see. Hermes. Interesting. I'll have to look into that too. From the look of that person's build, I think they have bigger rows. Oh, my little diagram. I usually draw a large surface area to draw things in. So all my people tend to look like very large boxes. So it is, or like really like wobbly. So is it that you have to isolate parts of a system more than having to simplify it? I don't know. That must be dealing with the molecular, like measuring the local concentrations and whatnot. Oh, you didn't even consider the physical size of your body's store affecting even limiting it? Yeah. That is a problem. Scale is a problem all the time. I tell you. I can't tell you how many times. Here's a really, I'm gonna give you a hot take about science. Take it with a grain of salt, right? A hot take. Scale is a problem because the moment you say, oh yeah, that's a great experiment, we could answer so many questions about that, and then you go and say, how do I do it? And then you realize because of the scale, the short answer is it'll take millions of dollars. Millions and millions of dollars to create the necessary tool to measure at that scale. And it happens all the time. And when you're a scientist, right, like when you're an academic scientist, money is not on your side. Resources are not on your side. The hot take is you can't. So what do? You do the next best thing. You jerry-rig as many things as possible, and then what you say is, this is what we can reasonably say. Reasonably say. And then you add a big asterisk and you list like 10 different shortcomings. And then that's how you go about it. And you know what's really unfortunate about this? Despite being reasonable, and listing all the shortcomings, it does not stop people from glossing over the shortcomings and assuming it's fact. Like, for example, when you say this is unhealthy, asterisk, what was the sample? It's like, oh, sugar makes people gain weight. And according to the procedure, all those people are already overweight. And what did they compare it to? Oh, all active, non like overconsumption people. Oh, okay. Yeah, you'll definitely see an effect with that. You'll definitely see an effect where there are people who moderate all their sugar intake, and you compare it to a group that are over consuming sugar intake, and then when you take away the sugar, you see a prominent effect on the people who over consume sugar versus the people who have no statistical difference between their sugar intake. Like that's what I fear. Like, and you know what's here's another even deeper take on this. The longer this list is, the longer the shortcoming list is, in my opinion, I would argue, the less and less likely people will take notice. Like, so when was the last time you read something and it's like, wait. Before you read any of our results, make sure to consider the following 10 points. Now, the question is, does the person have the competence to understand, quote unquote, the fine print? I'm human. I don't always read the fine print of every term of service that I agree to. But when you're thinking about research, you also don't have that. In fact, I would even argue even self-proclaimed professional journalists are human. Because they're human, they also don't do this. So how can we help with this? I know this sounds like a cop-out. Technology can help with this. Hopefully. Hopefully one day you like here's a AI, I'm throwing a bone to AI. Here's one day I can imagine a time where you start designing an experiment, right? And you're human, so you're like, I don't want to read all the disclaimers and like limits. Can I have a technology that will face value corroborate if I have triggered some of the disclaimers? And that technology can come in the form of AI, because they can collectively read all these points and at least find and cross-reference something problematic about your design. Like, for example, you're like, oh, I have this really great idea, and that's what search engines still serve today, right? I have this really great idea, and you enter in your search engine, like, did anyone come up with this idea yet, right? Because an automated process will be able to sift through all the information that you otherwise humanly are disinterested in. Now, with enough advancements in AI, it can aid human oversight. And human oversight can aid in looking at AI, right? Then you have a very convenient, scalable way to be redundant. A great redundant is to have different forms of oversight. Anyways, that's a big digression. Why did you decide to have why did you decide to have just 1 meal a day? My lifestyle created the 1 meal a day situation. So I have lots of gold standards, right? Or I don't have lots of gold standards. I have like 5 gold standards, and the 2 gold standards that I hit all the time is standardization. And standardization, right? We just talked about standardization, which is habit formation. Without habits, without understanding your habits, you don't know what the standard is. So if you say you're getting worse, how do you know you're getting worse if you don't have a standardization? You could have an off day and you wouldn't know you have an off day. You could have a good day, you wouldn't know it's a good day without understanding what your standardization is. So that's habit. The second big thing is making things work. And when I say making things work, I'm talking about optimization. Optimization is the other pillar, right? So when I went to college, my college life paused a certain type of eating style. I actually ate 3 meals a day in college because I thought it was great to have a meal plan, not because I was some self-entitled person who thinks that cafeteria food is overpriced and it's like feeding your tuition and it's a waste of money. It's because I need someone to provide, to say, hey, MAKU, you need to eat 3 meals a day. And it's really expensive 3 meals a day. So you should play to your disadvantage, like, oh, I'm paying a lot of money for this, I guess I'm going to eat. So I actually ate 3 meals a day most of the time when I was in college. When I got to graduate school, that was not an option. And sure enough, the new standard I had was I had enough time to eat once a day. So when I learned that the habit was I can reasonably do once a day. So once I got the habit, then I optimized for it. So now fast forward over 15 years ish, like 15 years ish post college, my habits that I have revolve all around the one day, right? And my parents at some point did provide, like my father, I always am ever gracious to my parents because they eat like twice a day, right? And occasionally there was a time when I progressively ate twice a day and then it went back to once a day again, right? So sometimes I do like maybe 20% of the time eat twice a day, where the first meal is like this, and then my last meal is like off the charts. It's like all of it. At most, we're gonna say like a 200 calorie bump from after running. It might offset the running, right? And then it leads to the third pillar, gold standard, and that is self-evaluation, right? Self-evaluation. And then the last standard is expansion, or what was another one, like iterate. So that's the example. Basically, why did I decide to just have 1 meal a day? Circumstances presented a problem, or presented like their situation, and then when I did it often enough, I'm able to make it better. So I continue to make it better, and then I make sure to check if it's becoming better. And then over a really long time of iteration and stuff, this is my current existing thing. So am I going to become pre-diabetic because of this? I guess we'll see. If someone comes up to me and say like, yeah, you're diabetic and it's because of this, it's like, well, all right, well, let's try to adapt a new standardization. Let's standardize, right? And the thing that I'm not addressing is there's no predictive power in this. So all this stuff that I'm talking about is not trying to predict the future. And that's one thing that the health craze, vitamins and supplements, healthy and unhealthy lifestyle and longevity, those are the things they're talking about. Preventive measures, right? Preventive measures. So don't ever eat added sugar because in the future you'll regret it, right? That kind of thing. So none of this is going to address any critics of saying, well, what you're doing doesn't prevent or preserve your health. I agree, because I haven't addressed it at all. Like, this is not, that doesn't answer that. Doesn't answer why I decide to have just 1 meal a day. I didn't decide to have just 1 meal a day. I was conditioned to do so, and then I tried to make it work as much as I can. I had one opportunity to eat during my schedule that was already set. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg question. So instead of trying to find a life that was trying to mold the thing that I wanted to fit my schedule, I decided to make it work that way. So that's kind of like saying if I'm gonna get a job, right? If I'm gonna get a job and they say I need to work 8 hours continuous to get this job, I would find a way to make this work. And when I find a way to make this work, I'll try to make it better. Now, some people could argue, well, if make it better is to work only 3 hours with a 2-hour break and 3 hours. The question is, are you gonna go find a new job to do that? For me, I tend to make it work because I think the body is sufficient to do this. So much like what Mika said earlier, anything can be good or bad health-wise, depends on how much, often, and what's in it. But that's also when your circumstances, and the circumstances of Mika trying bubble tea is that Mika wanted to enjoy the experience as to override the the caffeine that's in bubble tea. And yes, they don't know that's body sufficiency. It's about making choices that your body can handle and moderate it. So it's moderated. Now, I don't actually know if you're going to do irreparable damage if you spend your whole life IFing, right? So that's kind of an interesting question. I haven't really considered that. Do you have your one meal soon after my run? No. I have it after stream. So you get up, right? Get up. I do my morning routine where I like check emails and stuff and prepare for the stream. I go to run. My father can choose to introduce a 200 calorie thing. Sometimes maybe even higher, like 500 calorie thing. So I do have 2 meals, maybe a second meal here, and then we stream. Then I do my evening things. And anywhere along the evening things is when I eat my large meal, which is greater than 1500 calories. And then usually I like to keep like a 3-hour gap-ish before sleep. And then it repeats. World leaders need to fund the hard science a lot more. Humans, all of us, all humans must find some way of being compassionate for humans. So, as opposed to having a diffusion of responsibility. I understand world leaders, there's already a choice in distributing responsibility. World leaders are leaders, they have disproportionate responsibilities of their position and influence. However, I would like to say it's probably a little bit more reasonable to say human compassion leads to funding. And what I mean by that is world leaders or people who are making decisions, very hard decisions, or what I mean is compromises, when they fund things, it often comes from a place of duty and responsibility that involves favoritism and like payback and returns. But if we are able to, as a whole species, exercise one thing that makes humans humans, which is the act of compassion, oftentimes funding comes as a consequence of that passion. So compassion, like compassion for the future generation, compassion for even inanimate things, like compassion for earth, compassion for things you might not conceive, trees, plants. So one of the things I would say is something that transcends world leaders or the disproportionate necessity for like distribution of responsibility is the idea that maybe one day compassion is the thing. And with compassion comes those distribution of funds that help with the betterment of most things, in my opinion. So I wanted to think about it a little bit larger, because if you become a little too specific, it would mean that it may insist that they are the only people who are responsible for it. And those world leaders were once also humans that weren't world leaders. And then oftentimes world leaders have priorities that they might actually think they fund science sufficiently, right? At the compromise of a lot of other things. But compassion goes a long way. Compassion goes a long way. A lot of the news media companies love doing that as well. Wait, I lost track of what the news media was referring to. Yeah, this is my schedule right now. I don't mind. I definitely can iterate myself to 2 meals a day. If someone says like, oh yeah, you know, oh yeah, it must be like overlooking disclaimers, like shortcomings. If you're referring to that for news media, yeah. If you're talking about overlooking like stipulations and whatnot. But I think there is a room to iterate on 2 meals a day. And maybe I could give a personal anecdote of having 2 meals a day improves, I don't know. I don't measure my blood sugar. Like, I don't measure my blood sugar. Like my basal blood sugar and my response to meals. So I wouldn't be able to tell you despite changing meals. The output is a physiological one, right? Where we often talk about physiological responses. So observable physiological response is how most people say what they're doing is good or bad or healthy or not. It's rarely dealing with standardization and optimization. Like, it's easy to standardize if you're only doing something. You're always doing something. So oftentimes part of the health craze, or especially the internet, is that you only do something. You always do something. And then the stuff that I'm very refractory towards is that your mind thinks dynamically, but your choices and behaviors do not. For the particular type of people I talk to. So it's easy to use your mind to make counter arguments and conditionals, despite even being narrow-minded. Like, if you're narrow-minded, that's perfectly fine. You'll still be able to conditionally weave your way out of decisions, but your behavior says otherwise. And when it comes to speaking, when you talk about your actions, when you talk about your decisions, that is the mind acting. When you're talking about what you think is true, that's your mind creating conditions. So this is how I discern between being honest and maybe like being inconsistent. You can be honestly inconsistent, and I like to share this a lot. Whenever I use the phrase I want to be honest here, I don't use that phrase like TBH like everyone else does. Speaking your mind is different from being honest, in my opinion. Speaking your mind, understanding where the other person is coming from, is being honest and genuine to me. So whenever I say something, I don't want to come off as you should change the way you look or think or something. My honest opinion, to be direct, is that sometimes it can be helpful to tell someone that on the one hand, you're doing these things that you're sharing with me openly, which is great. Unless I'm missing something, the way you tackle thinking about it is incongruous with what you do. So if I'm trying to be honest, it's hard for me to believe that you believe in what you say, because what you do is very different, right? That's like, there are really low-hanging fruit examples, but let's just say something like, someone says, oh yeah, I'm tired. I don't think I get enough sleep. Don't get enough sleep. Right? And then they say they make sure they have 8 hours of sleep. Right? This happens quite often. Someone will say, oh yeah, it's very healthy, so I make sure I get 8 hours of sleep. Meanwhile, they spend the whole time talking about how they're tired and they must not have enough sleep. That's the difference. That's what happens when someone says, I make all healthy decisions. That's how I like things. But they talk about it depends. You can't always make healthy decisions if it always depends. That's rarely the case. If someone truly believes it depends, it is very hard to know, but you make the best. You try to make the best decisions, or like the overall current decisions with the knowledge you have. The decisions you make is almost it depends all the time. So it's very difficult to say, oh, that is super healthy, that's not healthy. And then you go and speak as though you're considering more facts. In order to get super healthy and unhealthy and no and yes, you're actually you're unlikely to have taken into consideration that it depends, right? And that's the difference, in my opinion. Someone who can conceptually know it depends, but they don't act like it does. Sorry, this is a tangent, but it just popped into your head and will hopefully give you a laugh. You read a comment on a video about some biology topic. The commentator said science stopped being trustworthy when it started doing things like hypotheses and guesses instead of cold hard facts. I need to process that. Hold up, I'm breaking out my pen for this. Hold up, I'm breaking out my pen for this. Let me read the rest of your things first. That is wild. Did you actually read that? That was a comment. I'm not even sure if I crossed that type of comment before. So the mind is a subsection of the brain's activities, the part that deals with conscious thought. There's subconscious, but I don't talk about subconscious things because if there's subconscious things, who am I to tell you what to do subconsciously? You know what I mean? Like, maybe there's other people who are far more confident than me and tackle in, like, I don't know, Freud, throw in some Freud or something like that, or something like tackling intuition is not my jam. Like, not me. Because sometimes intuition deals with the subconscious, right? The subconscious. And who am I to tell you something that you subconsciously do? It often lacks control. And it rarely is conscious enough to be standardized. Now, I can tell you, I can share my intuitions and my subconscious thoughts, but rarely would I ever make commentary and stuff on other people's subconscious and intuitive thoughts, because I'm not them. That's one of the things about humanity, right? You can't, it's very difficult to know that stuff. So most of the time I talk about conscious thoughts and conscious actions. But someone would say, well, what about the subconscious affecting your actions? It's like, yeah, I know. And I don't usually, I try not to make assumptions. I ask the person what their feelings are, right? I ask them to inform me about their feelings. And then I talk about the conscious actions that they can make with the readout of their feelings. There's no possible way that I would be bold enough to be able to affect their intuition and subconscious. I usually use optimism for this, where like if their conscious actions and decision makings are in line, then I like to think it will foster subconscious and intuition that they desire. Because if you're doing something that aligns with what you think about, then I like to think subconsciously and intuitively it will line up at some point. It doesn't line up when your actions and your thoughts are not concordant with each other, or it's more likely not. It can be lucky, you can still get lucky, but if these are not in line, they tend to lead to dissonance. And that's kind of like leading to the intuition that, what's a good intuition? Everyone is an introvert. And because everyone is an introvert, I have problems communicating. This is one that I tackle on a daily basis. If everyone is an introvert, then obviously the problem is no one likes talking to each other. So I have problems in communication. Right? So everyone is an introvert is a conscious thought. And I have problems communicating is intuitive. They're intuiting that they have problems communicating because they believe that everyone is an introvert. Right? And I'm not saying they're wrong or right. I'm trying to say there are ways you can consciously practice communicating despite everyone being an introvert. So I'm not telling you what your belief is, and then alternatively I can say, well, there are extroverts, but what makes you believe everyone is an introvert? Because like local concentration, right? Local concentration. This is where I take it back to molecular biology again. If you are surrounded by introverts because your environment selects for them. So if you're an introvert, you are likely to go and find introvert-friendly environments. So yes, everyone could actually be an introvert. I have no way of refuting that. I'm not going to change your mind that you believe everyone's an introvert, because around you, it is very possible to have everyone be introverts. The idea is I will introduce in an environment that there are extroverted people, right? But then both of these are both true because they are conscious thoughts. You can see and be guided by someone else who offers a counterexample. How you feel that you have a problem with communication, that requires also, my only way to access that is to offer conscious practice. Like, offer them an action they can use. Because other than that, the other option is believe in yourself. And that, to me, sounds like it's not my problem. It's your problem. Like, I'm not going to try to help or anything. Because the communication between two people is through consciousness, right? You can argue, well, what about chemistry and stuff? It's like, well, I have no control over chemistry. Some people think they can. That's great. That's up to you. But like, oh, but what if you just vibe it out? And I'm like, I can't standardize vibing. Like, what happens when you vibe? Well, if A meets B and they don't vibe, then it can't work. And if there's something I dislike this a lot. I do not believe in this. Or I try not to believe in this. I believe when A meets B and they don't vibe, they are able to find a vibe. Now, that is my personal belief. So, this is my conscious decision. So, if I make this conscious decision, I have to act on it. And that can be through speech. When someone tells me they avoid eating unhealthy things, for example, and then says it depends, I find it hard to believe. Because if you almost holistically avoid eating something unhealthy, it doesn't depend. It's always true. Right? At least I think that's where the logic is. My logic might be limited. I might be misunderstanding or misreading, but from my cursory understanding, someone who believes in it depends do not readily do this. And others, like, always eat healthy things. Well, then it no longer depends. Right? And that's perfectly fine. You can still believe these things. If, in my opinion, and then you bring in intuition, right? There's still the wild card of intuition. Is the person happy? And healthy, even. Is the person healthy and happy? If it is, I don't say anything. I don't need to do anything. Whatever they're doing works. At least in my opinion, so I don't interlope. So, I like to tell them that. It's like, hey, by the way, I just want to tell you what I think is inconcordant, but hear me out. If you're a healthy person, you're very happy, you don't live a life of regrets, I believe you. Because those things I can't change. Like the subconscious, intuition, I don't want to touch that. That's not going to be me. If I'm making you insecure, I'll stop. I can't change something that the person's intuiting because there's nothing to talk about. Like, we can't exchange ideas if it's not on the conscious level. You can't express something if you're saying, hey, you feel me right now? Like, you know, are we vibing? And I'm like, I can't vibe with text. I can vibe with the words you're saying and the words you're conceptualizing. Because we have to remember we live in a technological world. We don't occupy the same space. Sure, I can try to vibe if you're like at a concert with me, occupying the same space, maybe living similar life and sharing experiences, but that's not reliable in this format. Personally, right? I can still make the attempt. Like sometimes when someone says, I don't know how to explain it, it's like, how does it make you feel? That's my shortcut, by the way, or my concession. So whenever, like, if you share something with me pro call and you're like, you tell me like, oh, this thing this thing sucks, like I don't know how to explain it, I would ask you, how does that make you feel? Because in my opinion, that is still something, but I don't have to necessarily consciously understand it. I know that expressing that is the closest thing you have, right? Because sometimes feeling can be very overwhelming, so it's like it's not a conscious thought, it's more like, this is just how I think, this is just how I feel, like, oh, this angers me. I'm like, okay, can you try describing what it is? And then we can get to a conscious thought in some way. You avoid even the collective mind. Wait. Do you wake up naturally or from an alarm? I wake up naturally. It's been a very long time since I woke up in an alarm. Right now, 3 p.m. is my wake up time. It's usually spaced, I mean, without sounding cliche, it's usually spaced 7 or 8 hours from when I sleep. I wake up at 7-8 hours from the time I sleep. Even the collective minds of the best experts in the relevant fields would not be able to know all the healthiest decision for someone, more or less. I avoid getting into petty arguments with commentators online, but I really wanted to reply saying, what happens before something becomes a fact? Oh yeah, I forgot about talking about that. I totally forgot. Hold up. Or do you just believe it's all one step that goes from no idea straight to being a confirmed fact? Well, I think the thing that I would say is, can you tell me, like, I'm assuming this person's an English speaker, right? Can you tell me the difference between observation and facts? Can you tell me the relationship between observations and facts? And then tell me the relationship between interpretation and correlation. And that's all I need to, in my opinion, that's all I need to know. Because if this person is able to explain all of these things, fine, hands off. If they start explaining these things, then I think the vast majority of people may see it differently. And to me, that encourages open dialogue. So I don't have to project into my opinion. I don't have to tell them what observation, facts, interpretation, or correlation is. They're informing me of it. But the thing about video comment sections is that lots of people read and talk, but I don't think they agree on what is considered observation versus facts, and then what is interpretation and correlation. Yeah, that's a... But what about your conscious thought actions affecting the unconscious? Yeah, I think I addressed that to some extent. It does. And the only thing I can tell you is I concede it does. Do I consciously try to manipulate my unconscious thoughts or conscious effects? I don't. So come what may, you can call it the luck factor. Or you can call it a relative factor. So I operate on relativity when it comes to the unconscious effects on my existing actions, on my conscious actions. So there are things that when I do an action, there's unexpected results. Unexpected results, right? A lot of times is attributed to unconscious thoughts, or like something in intuition happens, and I take them with a grain of salt, or not a grain of salt, but I welcome them as unpleasant or pleasant, because these things deal with feelings. My conscious thoughts creates pragmatism. Right? It creates muted feelings because you thought about it, right? The unconscious thoughts is when things you don't take into consideration, which I don't take in consideration, which leads to disappointment, anger, sadness, digressions, things turning me off and turning me on, that type of thing. And I take it with what life has to offer. Right? This is my humanity. Conscious thought is to regulate. A better related word, to moderate this. And that's perfectly fine. I'm okay with not controlling my unconscious thought or trying like really, really hard. I don't devote my life to my intuition or my unconscious thoughts, because in a way, it's beautiful. It creates spuriousness. So honestly, it's here's the difference. If you had a source of efforts, right? How would you how would you spend your time doing it? Do you spend most of the time trying to concern yourself with your unconscious thoughts or unconscious tendencies? You could try. I mean, you could also build an entire routine to take advantage of your unconscious tendencies. That's things like talent. I'll give you a great example, which is talent. When someone says, "Oh, I'm really good at drums. I just don't know why I'm good at drums. Let's spend my entire life around my talent." Go for it. Right? I'm not here to say you can't embrace your unconscious tendencies. Right? Oh man, you're just really good at math. Go for it. I chose not to, because the things I choose, I make conscious decisions. Now, from time to time, I count my blessings that maybe what I'm doing is what I'm talented in. And that is when I feel lucky. And then maybe I'm just bad at it. And that's when I feel disappointed, because I'm just bad at it. What am I bad at? Well, I can tell you I'm bad at allergies. Sucks to suck. Womp womp. I don't give it a lot of time. Honestly, I just don't give it a lot of time. Like, and I'm not talking about the act of maintaining or moderating allergies, like minimizing allergens in your site. Those are conscious decisions. I make conscious decisions to address things that my unconscious body does, right? My body hates histamines. Sucks to suck. But I don't spend my efforts talking about how I can change my genetics, right? When I ask someone, hey, how do you wear your hair? I talked about this with Mika. How do you wear your hair? And then Mika mentioned floofy, the floofy problem. And of course, my first response is, floofy sounds adventurous. Can you do anything with it? Like make it even floofier. Like, you might like it, that kind of thing. I work with the thing. We work with what we have. I don't spend time wishing it go away. And unfortunately, that also makes me a little bit cold, Because when someone tells me they absolutely hate the floof in their hair, I can't make them like it. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and say you might like it if you do something about it. That's not it. It's like, I know you don't like it. How about liking it? How about disliking it less, and sharing some ideas, right? So that's kind of the perception. If you think studying kanji is really difficult, how do you make it less difficult? And what I mean by that is, how does that person think they can make it less difficult? Not me telling them it is less difficult if you try. That's not the same. And oftentimes the reason why I say this is because we had this talk 2 days ago, pro call, about the perception of difficulty, right? Like we were talking about snooker and pool. In the end of the day, my connection is with the person's thoughts. And one of the thoughts is, when I talked about it, was I appeal to your feelings. Which is the whole idea of like, is big circle harder or is smaller circle harder? I recognize that that's something I can't change very easily, or if at all, right? Can't mostly change. And that's the unconscious, how the unconscious affects it. But it can be a starting point. We can start there. So if someone says this is easy and this is hard, is there a way I can give them a reason? Is there a way I can provide an analogy that demonstrates that this can be easy and this can be hard? If so, then I don't need to worry about their unconscious. They are consciously seeing the connections. Now the question is, what will become of that? Fingers crossed for me. I would say hopefully it leads to more discoveries, more choices in their lives, right? Like tackling something very difficult at first, but then becomes the easiest thing they do, and then the thing that they thought was easy, you got rusty at it, and that's perfectly fine. And then it leads to that whole talk about jacks versus aces. But yeah. If you had to answer that, you guess observation is subjective, but related to facts, as the point of observation is to try to find out facts. I don't know if you know, but the risk of allergies is the body reacting by releasing histamines, which swells areas of the body. What happens if your body just don't release histamines? What do you mean by if they just don't? That's a good question. I'm not sure if there's anyone who has a histamine mutation. How about a lacking histamine mutation? That's not what I'm looking for. Someone, I don't think there is a lacking histamine. There is a genetic mutation that causes histamine intolerance, though. But that's the opposite. That's the opposite of what we're talking about. I'm looking for a histamine insensitivity, or like a lacking histamine. Maybe not. What deficiency causes histamine? Genetic lack of histamine mutation. Oh, okay. It's related to histamine intolerance. That's what they're calling it. And then we're talking about symptoms, right? A lot of things, apparently. Terrifying things. But there's no clear if you're talking about like potential symptoms, I see anxiety, mood swings, headaches, digestive issues, greater risk of neurological. So bad. Bad when your body stops either producing histamines, which creates an histamine intolerance, apparently. Which means that histamine is then not broken down in the body and it collects. So apparently there are individuals who may have, it's not a single mutation, it looks like it's polygenic, but bad. It just destabilizes. So histamine is important, is is probably the very lukewarm response to, if your body is absent from its absent of something from its homeostatic position, then it probably creates systemic problems, and that's one of them. Apparently you can get a polygenic mutation, as in more than one gene, or more than one mutation spot, that impairs your body's ability to either it's largely talking about the breakdown of histamine. It doesn't necessarily say, honestly, I'm not even sure what histamine, where histamine is. Oh, okay. So your body doesn't even produce or circulate any intermediate of histamine. So the closest thing you can have is a histamine intolerance. And that's when your body stops reacting to histamine, right? And apparently it leads to lots of things like neurological disorders and stuff. So you still kind of need histamine. Interesting enough. You know, I didn't think of it from that way. So hear me out. This comes back to the glucose. Let's bring it back to diabetes, right? Blood sugar. Right? If your body is not challenged with glycemic things, does it also lead to a problem? We asked, like, I skirt around this question for a while today already. Now, a lot of times you can argue things like lactose, which, by the way, is a lactate. Lactate is now arguably a recessive gene. Like, it was initially a recessive gene. It's not a dominant gene. So the presence of lactose aided in the selection for lactate, right? But the absence produces intolerance, or it's associated with intolerance. So when people talk about like, oh, avoid high glycemic things, right? Glycemic things is always bad, like it's bad, right? The question is, does that also lead it to insulin insensitivity? I don't know, and it would be kind of interesting because the body isn't challenged to break down sugars. But you could say, well, there's a lower threshold. Well, that's cool. Maybe like this is an exception because the body always maintains a specific amount of insulin secretion. So this is where one of those cases, it's not like histamine, right? It's not like histamine where it's exogenous. Histamine is exogenous, apparently. I don't know a lot about histamine, so don't quote me on this. But because of the challenge of histamine, there's a tolerance for it. If you remove histamine, then there's an intolerance for it. Now the question is, do you commonly encounter histamine? The answer is yes, you do. So if you don't get challenged by it, does that lead to intolerance? So allergies are just a misdiagnosis of something harmful by your body? I don't really know. It's generally, right? The layman term, which is, I'm a layman as well, is the idea that histamine is a sensitivity that happens to coincide with other signaling factors. And that signaling factor leads to broad responses that coincides with symptoms that kind of looks like a cold, right? That type of thing, like an inflammatory response, right? An inflammatory response. Now, so it's not really the body misinterpreting it, sort of. You can argue the body is misinterpreting it because histamine shares with something else. Now, the body isn't misdiagnosing because we just, or from what I just read now, if you have an inability to break down histamine, this results in lots of problems too. So now makes me wish evolution was a bit stricter than just whoever can procreate. That's a really dark hot take there. So hear me out. Because I wouldn't be alive today. So inability to break down. So apparently if you remove the response to histamine, it also leads to a problem. And histamine is an exogenous source. So it's in your cheeses and the things you consume. It's in a lot of things. Histamine is, it's in lots of things, right? That's part of the natural world. So there will constantly be an exogenous source of histamine. So the body probably has a relationship with it. It can facilitate and break it down. That also means that it has a sensitivity to it. Now, if you're unlucky like me, I imagine something about my, let's say, immune cells, we'll just say our white blood cells, recognizes the same histamine and produces a more broad response that causes an inflammatory response. So why do I experience symptoms and others don't? Genetics, right? Like there's specific genetics. Whatever the problem is that my blood cells, while it still tries to retain the system that breaks down histamines, it also triggers a crosstalk with something else. And hear me out. This is kind of like, this is the whole like it depends situation, right? Like the idea of balance in life. I use the DNA. I use DNA and mutations as the illustration for histamine. Why can't DNA never mutate? DNA is like so strong, right? Like it's so important to maintain. It's like why can't they just remove mutation? Like, well, mutation leads to change. That's what creates evolutionary adaptation. So if DNA always stays the same, it only takes one virus to destroy the entire human race. Or at least a group of humans. Actually, if DNA always stayed the same, there would only be one race. Technically. Like if we were talking about like full phonetical reproduction, there wouldn't be a capacity to change. Yeah, and then we can go into antibiotics. It's usually the antibiotics would be pathogenic, bacterial, right? But one thing that's guaranteed is viruses will win. Bacterial has also preservation stuff, but the most like highly variant and self-selecting, in my opinion, in self-selecting pathogen in our world is viruses. Do viruses procreate asexually? It's kind of hard to remember that viruses are considered parasites, so they don't reproduce, they don't procreate. They don't procreate without a host. But yes, if you're thinking about it strictly by like their genes, right, like their nucleic acid, their coding thing, you can make an argument that they are designed to reproduce themselves. Like, I'm hand waving a lot. Usually viruses spend time with the host genetic material. So a lot of viruses that quote unquote like multiply, they always have a chance of hijacking and then gaining function and whatnot. That's why viruses are often highly mutating. They interact with the host. So when you think about asexual reproduction, a lot of times you're talking about a lack of genetic mixing, right? So kind of like if something reproduces itself, there's no additional genetic component, right? There's no, but viruses do a lot of times inherently interact with the host's DNA, so, or like genetic material, so it can have the propensity to exchange genetic material. Especially the viruses that I'm interested in when I was in college, retrovirus, or when I was in graduate school, retroviruses. Retroviruses inherently interact with their host DNA. It's to the point where some of these viruses are responsible or related to some of the genes humans have today. Like your placental gene. And I imagine if like an evolutionary biologist makes a very modest claim, the placental gene is probably selected environmentally after that. So like maybe there was a time humans were infected by some sort of integrating virus, and that integrating virus coded for a gene that so happens to work concordant to create placental tissue. And because that people are more successful with placental genes, those people then have children, right? or are far more successful at having children than the placental gene over, I don't know, years, like hundreds of thousands of years, then the placental gene is present. Placental gene is commonly one of the things that are cited as having viral origins. They were exogenous. And they carry elements, viral elements, that would suggest that this gene was of viral origin. They were not, like, it was not evolved necessarily in-house. It was not mutated in-house. It was brought in and then created a selective success. And this is the example that I use a lot of times because it's like very layman, it's very like visibly observable, and it doesn't require me saying like PLA CN1 factor 1 was inherited through this virus dubbed like PLX2 that is like acquired 100,000 years ago, which then speciated, like that stuff. I don't know that stuff. That stuff is so hard to remember, so I don't use that either. It's a placental gene. There's a gene that is related to the proper formation. It's almost essential for proper placental formation in humans, and the whole idea of reproduction is why I chose this gene. Because not only are viruses classically seen as parasites, and they usually are defined as asexual reproduction because they hijack the host and they only typically reproduce their own genes in most cases, like repackage their genes and create. That's why we can vaccinate, right? But viruses also classify as one of the most highly co-evolving things. So they do evolve and mutate due to the transcriptional, translational life cycle, much like humans gaining mutations. So in a sense, you could say it's not quite asexual because they have the capacity to evolve. They have the capacity to change their coding stuff, or even acquire new ones, or be integrated into a new host. So that's kind of like, I guess you could say, they can exchange genetic information. That's one of the things that kind of makes asexual reproduction. It's one of the strict definers of asexual reproduction, which is that there isn't any gene exchange. Right? There's no capacity to, but it's very hard to define when it comes to treating viruses because viruses don't reproduce by the dogma, right? Dogmatic understanding of viruses is that they don't reproduce. And what I mean by that is reproduce in the sexual, asexual manner. They require a host most of the time. And hear me out, the definition of virus is very tenuous too. Because if you're saying, well, viruses can't be alive, they don't induce their own reproduction. And yet, you can take an entire nascent chain. This is what a virus is largely. And if you don't code it in anything, you don't have to code it in something. This entire nascent chain, this RNA, it could be an RNA, it can produce more of itself. And there are examples of this because it deals with like the RNA world hypotheses. But so basically a lot of people would argue, well, viruses are not because they need proteins, right? The argument a lot of times be like, oh, viruses can't produce their own proteins because they need a host to produce the proteins. That's why they're parasitic. The host produces the proteins that allow them to reproduce. However, if you take an RNA coding thing, they can act as a protein. So there are things that are made of nucleic acids that can create that can catalyze protein functions. So then you start thinking, okay, now we're getting to like the beginning of the universe and beginning of life situation. What is the RNA world hypothesis? Is the idea that, well, proteins is higher complex in complexity. Protein requires transcription, but how did transcription and protein synthesis occur if they require RNA capacity and like DNA? Well, is there any evidence that RNA itself can take the function of proteins? And well, yes, the answer is yes. Sorry, I'm talking about my like I'm talking about my graduate school stuff. The viruses, okay, so when you come, okay, viruses, okay, viruses reproduce by hijacking the host cell to make them copy the virus structure, apparently, yes, they do. So when you come down with it virus, that darn thing is stealing my cells and turning them into a copy of themselves. Your cells are still your cells. When your cells reproduce, they also reproduce the viruses. So you're fine. Your cells are still reproducing. It's just that now they're carrying friends. Sorry. Virus reproduction is so cool from what you just read about. Yep. That's why I dedicated almost 7 years to viruses. Do women have more placental genes than men? I only ask because when women give birth, it contains the placenta. A placental genes, I'm pretty sure, is X-linked. And then I'm pretty sure the functional gene copy is when you have 2 X chromosomes. That's what I'm going to assume. So you could say, yes, men also have an X chromosome. But you're going to argue that, well, it's probably 1 copy in each. It's like, probably. So that means that women normally, outside of like chromosomal mutations, women have more placental genes. My guess is, why is it only, it might only be, now there's a chance that placental genes are autosomal, as in like it's part of the other copies. But if I had to guess, it's probably sex linked. I actually don't know where it is, like all the genes that deal with placental development. I would say the majority is probably sex linked, and it's only sex linked and activated when there are 2 X chromosomes. At least 2 X chromosomes. So that means that XXY, a chromosomal abnormality, can still be depicted. And then when a male has a Y gene, I don't know if you know what sex genes, I don't know if you know about the Y gene, but the Y, females always have more genes than males. Sorry, males. But the X chromosome is larger. And oftentimes you might be saying, oh, well, what if it's dominant? It's like, well, I think an elegant solution to distinguishing between X and Y genes is that the Y gene is probably missing the placental gene, or is missing an activation factor. So the genes that the Y chromosome is missing, I'm not saying this is what is actually happening, but an elegant solution to differentiating between a male and a female when they're able to express a placental gene, this would be a classic way to do it. An X-linked gene in which it's absent in the male and it's present in the female. And then there's a dose response or an interaction between the 2 genes. So if you have 2 genes that line up, it activates the expression of the placenta gene. That's one way a gene can be turned on that's absent in genders. It could be literally chromosomally linked in the sense that what gene you inherited, like this will come from the mother, right? But the other one would have to come from the father. There is a chance you can have a epigenetic switch where the father's copy is always inactive. So when you inherit the mother's copy, that placental gene is always active. Because it is possible that when genes are inherited, when like chromosomes are inherited, their epigenetic markers stay. That's how genes are regulated. So not only what you say like, well, both male and female has 1X genes. Why are their expression patterns different? Right? Why is it different if they're the same, right? Are they the same? Well, when you have like a huge gene, right? Like this is your genome. The local environment, I talked about this, which relates back to what we talked about earlier. The local environment is different. Like you're gonna have lots of things attached to it and in different areas. And that's what that is a great, this is epigenetics. This is a study of epigenetics. So that's where I was. That's what I was studying, by the way. So when a virus enters the host cell, or when a retrovirus enters a host cell, it has to join the host cell. It has to like insert itself. How does the virus tell where is a good place? Where is a good place to integrate? It's dependent on what's on it. So my goal was to figure out what the environment was like for the virus to want to integrate there. That's one of the like secondary objectives, is to map where a virus would like to enter. Because if we know that, let's say if you decide to figure out how to predict where viruses are going to affect the human genome, you can also edit the genome. Because these viruses, the virus that I was working with, can create tumorigenesis. So if I know where the virus is going to enter, the property around in which it dictates where the virus is going to enter, I can know which genes are important for cancer transformation. And I can also know how to prevent and where to look for how the virus interacts. So it's like twofold. You can learn about how the virus interacts with the host, or you can also select based on the phenotype, on the pathology of the so that's the in a nutshell. This is what attracted me to 7 years of my life. I absolutely love talking about this all the time. The obviously the downtime is it takes 7 years, and we barely scratched the surface of this. We barely scratched the surface of this little nutshell, and I hope that other scientists are well on their way. Also, okay, let me read everything else quickly because I do see you talk about time. You got a bit distracted about virus reproduction being asexual or not. I asked as asexual reproduction has far less genetic change per generation. Yes. Yep. And I can argue that viruses are more asexual based on potential for genetic change per generation. But then again, there are viruses that violate that. The flu virus, influenza. Influenza is a DNA segmented virus. Because of the nature of its segmented thing, they change in and out very often. That's why you get a new flu shot every year. So the reason why viruses are probably less likely than bacterial antibiotics is a selection factor for bacteria, right? Bacteria can adapt very quickly, but viruses are one of the most diverse pathogens. So bacteria and viruses are both very terrible, and it's like a competition. They're both incredibly diverse. However, bacteria doesn't interact directly with the host genome. Viruses often do. So while antibiotics can select bacteria out, that's why antibiotics are so efficacious, and it continues to be systemically efficacious. Vaccines go out of date for highly mutagenic viruses, because viruses interact with genetic material more. So when you're thinking about asexual reproduction, oftentimes people are comparing it to microbiology, which are bacteria. But ultimately, viruses are genetic material. They have to go and interact at the genetic level. Bacteria doesn't. Bacteria doesn't have to interact with the host's genetic material. They're necrotic, exogenous from the host. So they're, despite asexually reproducing, they don't have propensities that viruses do when it comes to evolution or coevolution. Also, you've decided to scrap your plan to leave after 30 minutes. You could have guessed. You're just now going to not getting no sleep and then sleep in the car tomorrow. I hope you have good thoughts and sleep well. It's worth it. It's worth it, you know? So have viruses use RNA to replicate protein, or do they only use DNA? So the modern day viruses do not, there aren't great examples of viruses that, there aren't numerous, it's not numerous, is basically, there aren't numerous examples where virus RNA act like protein. Most viruses, either RNA or DNA, will eventually become RNA, and then this RNA, the host, will transcribe it into a protein. And that protein will carry out the action. Okay? So, for the most part, I would say it's still pretty dogmatic. The contemporary modern collection of viruses that we study to this day, the rule, like the more common rule, not the exception, is that viruses act through the intermediate of proteins, whether that's the host protein or a gene that the virus codes. So, for example, stop making these kind of, hold on 1 second. So, for example, in RNA, a retrovirus contains the gene for reverse transcriptase, right? We'll just call it RT. And this RT is not it's not human. It's not human RT. Humans don't have this. Humans do not have RT. So the virus is providing the gene of which then the human proteins produce the product, the protein, that allows this virus to reproduce. So you could say that the virus theoretically could do it, but the actual gene itself is not acting. So the actual thing that contains the gene, the RNA, is not acting as the protein. So it itself is not sufficient. And this would be an example where, well, not everything came from the human. Like a virus that, like a retrovirus going in without an RT will not reproduce. Or it will be very unlikely to reproduce, because it's missing the RT. Humans do not have this specific RT that it's coded. But since the virus looks like a gene, has things like a gene, it kind of smells like a gene, and it produces a protein, then the human system can't distinguish between that. You can think of it this way, like our cells cannot distinguish between transcribing a coding frame from an RT and from our own genes. And that's what makes viruses genetically, in my opinion, genetically promiscuous. Bacteria doesn't. Like when bacteria enters, right? They're rarely interacting with our cells. They're functionally distinct from our cells. So like our cells can recognize this. Like, yeah, you know, that's not human. When a bacteria enters your system, it's like, nah, that's not human. Well, we can get rid of it. Well, you'll have a response to it, right? And the nice thing about antibiotics is that it usually can distinguish between non-humans. But the virus, parts of its life cycle, it's very difficult for a cell to have a resolution between human and virus. And then it's those differences that we take advantage of. Like, there's still differences. I'm comparing like bacteria with viruses though. Viruses are far different than our internal cells than viruses are. And there are viruses that are really good at it. Retroviruses. Retroviruses legitimately become part of the cell's genomic material. So when the cell reproduces, so does the virus. Because the virus is literally part of it. You could say that the virus is part of us. What's a great example of a virus that's kind of, it always feels like it's part of us? The HPV-1 virus. I think that's what's called. Hepatitis virus 1? Or is that the human papillomavirus? I think it's hold up. I'm really rusty, so I need to HSV, sorry, HSV. This is human papilloma. Human hepatitis, no, herpes simplex virus. Herpes simplex virus 1. HSV. HSV is a great example. HSV1 is penetrant in pretty much everyone. So we're talking about like way greater than 50% of the human population carries HSV1. What is HSV1? Herpes simplex virus. It's the reason why you have cold sores. That's one of the pathologies. So when you get stressed, it triggers the expression of the genes that deal with HSV1 that's in your genes right now, that's in your cells. And then it leads to an inflammatory response that causes cold sores. And how is this pervasive? It was because host carries them and it's non-deleterious. So kids really love their, parents really love their kids, and kids share affection with their parents. How does HSV1 get spread all the time early on? Kissing, hugging, like close contact with other humans. And the reason why is it's not deleterious, nor is it a selection factor for procreation. Is it an STD? Well, it's the closest thing to STD. Yeah, it's an STD, but it's the closest thing to an STD without having the stigma of an STD. Because genital herpes is HSV2. It's herpes simplex virus 2, type 2. So yes, it is related to the same herpes. it's an STD, but the STD is non-deleterious, and it also doesn't present itself all the time, so it doesn't affect procreation. At some point, when a virus can stay dormant most of their life cycle, it generally means it's genetic. So that means you carry it for the rest of your life, forever. What's the physical difference between HSV1 and HSV2? I have no idea. Probably some coding frame or something. This is where molecular biology comes in. And virology comes in. It's probably usually when you have types, I'll take a guess, but let me read quickly. It's probably because of its, outside of pathology, there's probably usually when you have types, it's talking about its coding marker. So like viruses interact based on the surface, right? It's probably one of these. One of the peptides are different. lots of the extracellular, like the recognizing components are different. So type 1 is, it's kind of like a flu virus. Like you have influenza, you have different influenza, right? They are often identified and named based on their extracellular components because that's the most recognizably different things. So they're like their antigens. And HSV1, outside of that, HSV1 and HSV2 present different types of symptoms, right? There's a difference between genital herpes, and like a cold sore. So some people could identify it based on its pathology. However, most of the time when we're talking about like nomenclature, it's the receptors. It's usually whatever the first thing that can differentiate between. Are antigens what antibodies bind to? They are what antibodies try to mimic. Yeah, so antigens are related to antibodies. So an antigen is what a cell recognizes that triggers antibiotic resistance. And then, yes, antibiotics then interact with antigens. It's to prevent the cells from, these viruses from interacting with host cells, and antibiotics also act against these things. So it's kind of a loose, I'm hand waving. What you can say is antigens are the things that communicates. And antibiotics are the extracellular stuff. So they're the things that are in solution, so in your blood, right, floating around. They are the extracellular things that messes with this communication, this type of communication. Really, it's more like, if you want a little bit more detail, antigens will interact with antibodies. And then the antibodies will interact with the cells, your white blood cells. That's how the white blood cells know what to destroy, what to delete. So, you know, you have like a bacteria, right? And it's presenting certain things. It's very much similar to that. When the thing gets coated with an antibody, a good cell, your white blood cell, know what to demolish. So then the white blood cell will be like, oh, I'm gonna eat you up and destroy you. That's what that does. And while they're doing this, there's also an interaction that allows them to produce more antibodies. So vaccines work in this way, where you provide a little bits of the virus material, which then interacts with your white blood cells. It causes a reaction to remove this, but in the process also initiate release of antibiotics, right? And as long as the stimulus stay recent, those antibiotics will continue. The antibodies instead of the antibiotics, but the antibodies in your body continue to circulate, and that circulation prevents you from getting further infections, right? That's kind of a very rapid explanation of why vaccination, like the principles behind vaccination, and then how antibiotics work against bacteria as well. It's usually dealing with what is presented. How does a cell recognize bad things? And there are many other elegant solutions. There are tons of other elegant solutions, because if you think about it, why is that a problem sometimes? Well, this stuff on the surface can look like other stuff on the surface. So if this was a healthy cell and it just happens to present things that kind of look like a mean cell, right? Then you have crosstalk. In other words, side effects. So there are other more complicated situations where you can like have something deliver the payload into something inside and then have it present back outside. And this thing will then be recognized. There's like lots of ways to like try to circumvent this stuff. This is one of the big reasons why cancer is terrible. Like, you know, like mean cancer, right? Mean cancer, their surface stuff are nearly identical. But the holy grail that people are trying to figure out is, but can we make something that is so specific that it can distinguish a good cell from a cancerous cell? And studying cancer means that the more you understand about cancer in any way possible is closer and closer to determining what the difference is between a good cell and a bad cell. And the problem here is oftentimes cancer can be the difference of like it could be the difference of like a final mutation. And so what I spent most of my time doing was I was looking at it at the genetic level. I was trying to look at it at the coding level as opposed to the protein level. This is top down, and bottom up, bottom up argument. So I was looking at the even further down. I was looking further down, but what I discover further down has to have the same emergence going up, and that's what happens when you do translational stuff, translational medicine. The alternative is you look at the top, which is usually like protein, right? And then you go back down, and then you hope that tracing back your steps, you can find the gene from the protein. That's what I spent most of my college life understanding. And my post back, I used to work at the protein level. And then in graduate school, I spent most of my time thinking at the RNA level most of the time. Anyways, let's see. Do you think, or I should wait. Oh, I forgot to read your joke. Hold up. When you say, okay, hold up. I've also heard females commit more genes into the baby than men, and I think it's by quite a lot. Yes. And when we mean a lot, it's not a lot. It's not a lot when compared to your whole genome. Like, let's say your body has 100%, right? It will break up 100%. It will still be like, we'll just say it's the difference between like 50 and 49%. But that 1% is huge. Like, it means a lot, because the difference between the male and female when it comes to their offspring genetically is a small difference, like a relatively small difference. So that 1% in relative to the small difference is gigantic. And this deals with like maternal DNA. There's maternal inheritance in many things. And one of the biggest things is mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial is maternal. And if you remember from high school, most cells have mitochondrial DNA. So it's like your mother. You have your mother to thank for their maternal material. So if you're talking about like genetics in terms of not necessarily just the classical genomes and genes, the maternal inherits a lot of other components that are not usually referred to as sex-linked. They're not talking about that part. So yes, female most definitely contribute more. Whether they're impactful or the importance of them is not correlated to quantity. Quantity does not correlate to the importance of the gene. The absence of gene is just as important. So like the absence of a Y gene having fewer genes is also important. So having more genes and less genes is not equivalent or proportional to their importance. Their absence is very important as well. Because genes can shut off genes. Like protein can inhibit as well as trigger. It's not just an on switch, it's also an off switch. So when something is missing, is supposed to be missing. Like for example, if you don't have your Y gene, you will become female. You will show female characteristics because some properties in interacting between these turn genes off and on. So the absence of a gene is also important. So sometimes you have a disease because you have a gene as opposed to not having the gene. In a way. I haven't talked about viruses and genetics in so long. Why? I always dreamed of talking about science and learning science aside, but I'm so out of date with my science. What else we got? When you say someone has one X gene, surely they don't just have one singular X gene throughout their body. No. We're talking about an X-linked gene. So our sex chromosomes are unique. So X is a chromosome. It has lots of genes. And yes, you only, technically each one of your cells, if you're female, each one of your cells should normally, and not all your cells, each one of your DNA containing cells should have a copy, a singular copy of each of the X chromosomes. For a female, you have a paternal X chromosome and a maternal. Now we're talking about normal stuff because there are weird things that can happen. You can inherit both your X chromosomes. We're not talking about those type of situations. The normal case is you have a singular pair of X chromosomes per cell. And I'm saying DNA cells because I don't know if you know, but the most common cell in your body. I know this is gonna sound like what face, but the most common cell inside your body, that, remember, the gut is not inside your body. Yes, it's not inside. It's contiguous with the air. So we're not talking about bacterial cells. Bacteria is technically, if you count the gut, the bacteria is the most common cell in your body. But most common cell in your body is actually a red blood cell. And they don't have DNA, just so you know. They don't have genetic material. No genetic material. So the vast majority of your cells in your body don't even contain DNA or nucleic acids. So you could say like, yeah, you're just we're just largely a bag filled with like stuff that isn't like DNA material. So just for the record, DNA cells tend to only have one. And it's one chromosome, which may have one X-linked gene. So females tend to have two X-linked of any specific gene. Males only have one X-linked gene. So that's where color blindness comes in. This is something that people use all the time, color blindness. A color blindness is strongly related to an X-linked gene. So males are more likely to be colorblind, and they are guaranteed to be colorblind when their mother and father is colorblind. However, females, if the father is colorblind, then like, wait, let me make sure. Yeah, so like, no, if the mother is colorblind, sorry. The mother is colorblind. The male is guaranteed to be colorblind. The father doesn't help with colorblindness. I think, sorry, it might be backwards, just be clear, but it's, the act of colorblindness is an X-linked thing. So, if the father is colorblind, the daughter is likely to have can have color vision if their mother is not colorblind, right? Because their mother provides the genes for color vision. For example, did you find that different? Wait. Did you find that different viruses integrate more easily in different environments? That's the whole. Yeah, that's how we. That's what our lab studies. So the lab that I was part of the lab no longer exists anymore. My mentor has since had a really, I hope, a satisfying retirement. They're still around, just the lab is no longer there anymore. That's what we study. We compare like human retroviruses, and we used avian retroviruses. So that's how we compare. So we try to learn as much environmental things as possible. What's the name of those circles in that graph? Oh, you mean the thing with like little these things? These are just protein things. It's they're various things, but they're proteins that interact with they can be anything really, but they're largely proteins. Different types of proteins. We have like you have things like insulators and like transcriptomes, many types of like, because at any one time there are proteins interacting with your genome, transcribing and not transcribing and insulating and preventing things from being expressed. There's also another class where you can have RNA molecules. You can have like microRNAs, and microRNAs can act like proteins because they can also regulate. They can bind to complementary sequences. So there are a whole family of antisense RNA that also interacts with it and creates accessibilities to the genome. And since your PhD, you've given up on this, so now cancer hasn't been cured. Nice one. You and your jokes. So what does bacteria interact with if not the genome? Interact with the cell. Oftentimes what happens, I'm not a microbiologist. My non micro thing, oftentimes it's the product they release. Remember that a mean bacteria also occupies the same space as your healthy cells. So when they consume like, I don't know, the nutrients, right? Because bacteria gain access to your nutrients too. They release toxins, things that can interact with other things. Like, for example, this toxin can interact with a white blood cell, like a white blood cell, and that white blood cell can create an inflammatory response. In fact, a lot of times you can say that eating cheese, for example, there's bacteria on cheese. And lots of the things you incorporate, like coughing, sneezing, farting, gas production, it's often a product of the bacteria. Viruses also do this. Viruses release more of themselves, but they are part of the host. A lot of times they enter the host. So viruses enter the host. Bacteria are often exogenous. They are interacting on the outside. Like the ones that you would think, classical bacteria. If you didn't stream, I wouldn't be asleep. I would have been asleep by now. But you streamed, so I still awake because of your. All right, fair enough. I take full responsibility. Do you think researching ways to stop the virus getting from one intermediate stage to another could help stop viruses spreading? That's every part of the viral life cycle. Every part of a viral life cycle is under the umbrella of virology. And then virology tackles all of these. They are specialists. So my focus is a very small, tiny window. I focus on how the sites are selected on the genes, like the host's DNA versus the virus, right? That's what I focused on. But every idea that you can think of has another group, has other people looking at it. So among virology, they are tackling that. Whether it's like viral entry is something I don't know a lot about. So like all the stuff I'm sharing with you is virology 101. How a virus typically enters is what I shared with you. How it actually enters is not what I'm sharing with you, because despite being a virologist, I don't actually know. Like, I don't remember this stuff. Every single virus has varying factors that enter. So you can literally be the expert on a single virus. And then you can be an expert of a single virus, but you can be expert of a single virus in only one step of their life cycle. And entry could be one of them. That's what happens when scale comes in. How deeply you need to understand something is unfathomably deep. And that's what is underestimated by individuals who do not specialize in a profession, right? And I don't usually talk about this stuff because I feel like it's easier to communicate this problem, because that's what the internet makes you feel all the time. When you think you understand something, the internet's going to try to tell you, no, you don't understand it well enough, right? That's how it feels in school, which is ironic because most people said that the internet is nothing like school. Well, it is. It is like school. Now, the thing that it makes it feel like it's not like school is because you can choose to ignore all the people. In school, you can't ignore them. You won't become successful if you ignore your opponents. Or like the people who are challenging you, the people who disagree with you. You cannot become professionally inclined and recognized as an expert if you don't understand all the arguing and prevailing theories. On the internet, you know they exist, you just don't have to listen to them. And that's where I fall apart. This is where I don't agree when you can avoid counter arguments. That's one of the things that separate professionalism from amateur. And I think the vast majority of it's not a bad or a good thing. You don't have to be a professional to be happy and successful. But for the most part, I would say 90% of people who think that they're professionals online are actually amateurs by my standards. But that's not because they're not impressive or doing things. Is the standards that I set as a professional is it's inappropriate. I would say it's more inappropriate for the internet space, because how do you get this? How can you become a professional on the internet? Well, first of all, the internet's not standardized in that way. There's a lack of standardization, so you can't actually do that. So despite some people would say, oh, but I don't like being called an amateur because a professional sounds really great. I'm like, well, a professional comes with all these things that you hate. You avoid, like, I don't want to, like, for me, I actually don't want to, I want to stay an amateur language learner because I don't want to be responsible for things that a professional needs to be responsible for. I don't do those things. I don't write books. I don't have clients. I don't have professional obligations. And in my opinion, when someone says they want to be recognized as a professional, stop avoiding counter arguments. Whenever you present an opinion and you need to hear someone who differs in opinion, who provides criticism for you, and you walk away and just check out, that's amateur. You are an amateur, and that's fine. Because you're healthier, if you're happier and healthier being an amateur, that's fantastic. The last time I checked, people still love playing sports when they don't have to be a professional, in my opinion, of course. And this is what science is to me. Whenever someone says, I do research, like I'm gonna be a little bit snobber. Like I'm gonna try to imitate what I think a snob would do, right? When someone says, I do research, a snob would say, no, you don't. Because the chances of understanding what the internet considers as research is going to be not the same as what someone that does scientific research. But just because it's not the same isn't because it's appropriate. Like when you're doing scientific research on the internet, that's like kind of saying, oh, I wish water, like if water is inherently thirst quenching, you wish you could get caffeine from water. Like, well, they're not the same. Water could carry caffeine, but water doesn't produce caffeine. So to me, that's what I mean by I'm inevitably much more understanding nowadays. Like when as I grow older and maybe perhaps substantially more wiser in my own hubris, I've become less and less. When I was 18, I was very snobby, much like most people who their first exposure is an 18-year-old on the internet, right? They will think that they know everything because they do research. And I was the same. I don't think I was any different. And that was even before the internet. That was before the internet knew everything. And nowadays, that's kind of how I feel whenever I try to talk about scientific topics. Because someone's going to come at me and say, well, actually, Google said this. And I'm like, Google's probably right. I didn't say I did know that. It's like, well, you're not a real researcher then. Like, do you know what a real researcher is? Like, what do you mean by real researcher? It's like, well, real researcher memorizes facts, and retains other people's knowledge, other people's discoveries. That is not a researcher. A researcher is trying to answer questions that people don't know the answer to, and they're trying their best to come up with a reasonable explainer based on facts that they find relevant, which are often things that they observe in response. That's what they're researching. Research is not in the internet. Research is find the information. There's no synthesis. Like synthesis, application, that is optional. It's optional because someone already did it for you. So when someone says, I've done research, and research says that HSV1 is a herpes simplex virus 1, that's not research. To me, personally, it's not research. You didn't do anything with it. You didn't even find it. You were told what it is. So, very different. And again, I'm trying to do it in a way that I feel that's how people talk to me whenever I say something about science. It's like, well, this says that. And I'm like, well, what does that tell you? And they're like, well, it tells me this. those are the facts. I'm like, I don't think you understand the relationship between research and facts and interpretation. Right. And then we have correlation, causation, all that. Okay. What triggers HSV1 to become active? Stress. It's a blanketed statement. Stress triggers HSV1. Lots of things trigger HSV1, but usually it's the prevailing theory is we don't, like, at least I don't know, and I don't think research is good enough yet. But stress, my accepting thing is stress. And stress releases a lot of signaling factors, right? Lots of signaling factors. Don't know what they are. There's lots of signaling factors. One of them might be immune suppression, immunity. So yeah, like your typical immunity working thing. And because this immunity is lowly regulated, there's a depreciation. It allows for the temporary expression or inappropriate, let's just say inappropriate expression of HSV1. And that leads to the presentation of the symptom. That would be the most generic way to summarize, well, don't actually know what. But it's a systemic approach. This is a holistic explanation. Holistically, if there's anything that causes you to inappropriately regulate something, like a drop in your immune system, you could even say an unhealthy diet, anything that drops your overall regulation can lead to an inappropriate expression of HSV1 or a lack of suppression. Suppression of HSV1 will create the presentation of the symptom. When I recognize a foreign body, how do the others know? When one recognizes they communicate through their surface things. Or they release antibodies to allow other antibodies to know, to recognize. So extracellular signaling. This is part of extracellular signaling. Antibodies is an example of an extracellular signaling. So all of the other cells have ways to interpret this. So when someone says, "Oh, I found a baddie," right? I found a bad guy. They secrete things into the local environment, and then the other cells read this signal and say, like, I got you. We're ready to. So extracellular signaling is probably the shortest way to explain it. When one recognizes a foreign body, how do the others know? You recruit them through extracellular signaling. Do you know the interactions are physical ones or from chemical being released? Both. It's usually chemicals are physical. Most of the time these are one and the same. They are physical interactions are chemical. So both. You can probably use your imagination for that one. Can you go any further than the genetic level, or is it closest you can analyze it? Closest. It's the smallest functional group that I've ever worked with. Smallest functional group. I guess you're talking about functional groups. Smallest functional groups. So we're not talking about like atomic. No atomics. Or not even elements. The closest example of elements would be like phosphorylation. Maybe. Phosphorus. Or no, phosphate. Sorry, phosphate. Phosphates deal with kinases and phosphatases. That is probably the smallest I've ever went. Maybe minerals. Minerals is probably the smallest, but we're going away from the genome. Right? If we're talking about the smallest element of the genome, then it would be like a nitrogenous base. But the nitrogenous base is too small of a resolution. So usually then you go up to coding and non-coding frames. And the smallest element that's a consequence of coding and non-coding frames are RNA. So that's where my level is. We're at the level of RNA. I know you probably agree to it by being a streamer, but would you mind if I screen record this whole stream to go through topics with your dad? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. That would make for some interesting conversation. Does any genetic code get created for the baby? Does any genetic code get created for the baby during pregnancy that is genetically unrelated to both the mother and father? Genetically. Genetic code. Probably not. Okay, hear me out. This is kind of, if I'm being nitpicky, the answer would be yes. If I'm being not nitpicky, I would say the answer is no. Because the source is still your father and mother. It's father and mother. But technically, the source in your father and mother is exogenous. So what I mean by that is, you could make an argument that all the genes didn't actually belong to your father and mother at one point. So you could say, yeah, there are other genes that probably weren't endogenous to your mother and father at some point in human history. But most of the time, I would say you'd be hard pressed to say anything didn't come from your father and mother. Unless you had some sort of infection by a virus, and then that virus integrated at the moment of birth or something like that, or during pregnancy. Like for example, if your mother got sick, and somehow exogenous virus, this is the first time the mother has been ever exposed to, I don't know, COVID. Actually, if this happens, it's a rip for the baby probably. Like the virus, and COVID is an RNA virus, but it doesn't integrate. It doesn't, most of the time, at least from my cursory understanding, it doesn't integrate very commonly. So it's not a retrovirus. It's a RNA virus, but not a retro one. And you could say if the mother was infected by COVID and she wasn't vaccinated, for example, and then she also had no exposure, and then somehow, this is completely theoretical. It's probably like astronomically improbable. Somehow, like the COVID happened in where the baby, the fetus was being developed, and it infected the fetus, right? In like a 1 in 1 million quadrillion odds, there's a chance that an RNA virus could have a complementary thing and integrate into the fetus. Then it came from COVID. It didn't come from the mother or father. That could happen. Another way to say this is, yes, you can probably also inherit proteins, like temporary markers and stuff, from an exogenous source if like something exogenous happened while the pregnancy was happening, which is very scary. It's the most scariest thing. Like the nice thing about how the human, in my opinion, one of the greatest things about the human reproductive system is, thankfully, the fetus is, it has to cross so many blood-brain barriers and whatnot in order for this to happen. So I imagine it's possible. Just not, I would say conditionally, no. Most of the things come from your father and mother, and hopefully it stays that way. At least I think. Because the infant, the fetus or the infant, I would say statistically would not have a chance of living. Like this would probably lead to a miscarriage. Like insane odds like this would be very unfortunate, I would say. And not from a professional standpoint, because I don't actually know a lot about pregnancy. I only know about what the cells do, so I barely even know what arms and legs do and muscles do. Do you know how much about a baby having an extra X and Y? No, I do not. I only know that these cases produces, like, for example, trisomy. Trisomy is Down syndrome. It's often presented as Down syndrome. There's also a hermaphroditism, right? What it was, like, hermaphroditism, or however you say it, where you present both genders. But like, there's also XXX. Oh, actually, I think XXX is trisomy. XXY might be this, but I don't know too much about this, like, phenotypically. And this is not quite right, because if you only have one, I think most of these are miscarriages, or they're non-viable. But the most ones that I hear from pop culture is probably a trisomy, which is when you have three sex chromosomes instead of two. There are crazy situations, and I don't know how often it exists, or something where, like, you might be able to, like, inherit the way the chromosomes are inherited, can be, like, grouped. Craziness like that. And then there's also, like, twins, paternal twins and maternal twins. I don't know anything. Not enough. Not comfortable. What? How is your gut not considered to be inside your body? Because it is physically inside your body. It's not physically inside your body. Your gut. So this is a person. Oh no, I'm going to draw another person. We're going to use, like, the shading technique. So this is a person. Your mouth, when you open your mouth, this guy has a low butt. Don't. It is contiguous with your anus. There's no break in it. This is part of, like, what is it? Embryogenesis. When you go over embryogenesis, this is what makes humans unique. Or it deals with, like, how notochord and stuff, how human, like, bilateral, how the cells split and stuff. But this cavity where your body is, the reason why your gut can do what it can do and everything is not part of you, is not inside you. What's inside you is when it crosses the blood-brain barrier. From a organismal perspective. But it's technically when you close your mouth and you tighten up your butt cheeks, technically it creates a closed environment. But no matter what, your butt cheek is only as airtight as your butt, and your mouth is only as airtight as how much you close it. Your lungs are inside you, but not anything that's not sterile is, or, like, your mouth all the way down to your anus is not, like, an environment that is sterile or inside you. It's all outside you. It's technically outside of your body. If each cell that has DNA contains one chromosome, what does it mean by people having 23 pairs of chromosomes? Oh no. Actually, no. Each one of your cells have a copy of a chromosome. And then there are 23 pairs of chromosomes. And a copy of a pair. So there are 23 pairs of chromosome, and that big blob that I constantly draw is all 23 pairs of chromosome. And why do we say 23 pairs of chromosomes? Because I don't know if you remember general biology, but most of the time when your cell is not actively replicating, the DNA looks like this. It's all jumbled up. But in this DNA, you'll know that when it starts to reproduce, it will look something like this. It will reorganize itself into pairs of chromosomes. And there will be 23 pairs. Or actually, yeah, 23 pairs. And that's why the difference is there. But it usually looks like this most of the time. Or like, it looks like this when it's not dividing. The chromosomes were named because of how they were observable during a specific life cycle of the cell. So yes, both. The DNA contains one blob that looks like a continuous set of genetic material, and then it condenses into 23 pairs of chromosomes when it needs to divide. And that's where the whole like things get divided in half and half and half, and then you have a haplotype, a haplo, right, which is like half the chromosomes, right, half the chromosomes, and then another one meets half the chromosomes. That's when they come together and you get a egg, or like a fertilization, and then that's where the 23 comes from. That's a fun fact. Antisense. Oh, okay. So sense, this is sense. So sense is when you read, this is where it codes for proteins. But remember that DNA is it's complementary. So there's the antisense. The reason why one is called sense and antisense is largely to differentiate between which strand is the used for coding, in my opinion. That's when, I'm not sure if that's exactly it, but one convention that is very helpful is the sense strand is where the protein is being read, and the antisense is the complementary to it. There's always a chance that the sense reading frame is this one, and then this is the antisense. Whatever it typically is the sense one is where the coding stuff is. And when you have RNA that is antisense, it's usually like, hey, your DNA is chilling, like it's naked, you know, it has like reading frames here. But an antisense RNA could occupy a space by complementarity. So this would be an antisense RNA. So when it's stuck here, a protein can't just come in and like assemble on itself and then start replicating. For example, it can stop a protein from being expressed if an antisense RNA is present. So that's why when you're reading this, right, this thing is going to come in and this is the DNA, right? And this thing can come in when this is not here and produce the RNA. Well, the RNA could come back and just block it off, because the RNA could be functional, or the RNA can move on to be transcribed into a protein. That's an example of how RNA can function as a protein. So oftentimes when you see this, like they're producing, you could see like, oh, they're going to produce a lot of RNA, right? And then a lot of RNA will be produced into protein. But sometimes there might be a lot of RNA and it'll come back and shut this off. Alternatively, if it's producing a lot of protein, that same protein can shut this off. That's how proteins regulate themselves, or like expression regulates themselves. Like, for example, if a body, you know, a cell is producing something, its output is like, I don't know, 5 proteins or something. We're going to say that. How does it turn itself off? How does it know to stop producing protein? A lot of times the protein, the product itself, or be it the RNA, when it's in saturation, this is why local concentration matters. Local concentration and like availability. When I was talking about the liver and the pancreas, at the molecular level, there are self-feeding mechanisms. Basically, the production of something leads to the inhibition of its expression. So when the protein gets turned over and it decreases, this inhibition relieves and it starts expressing again. That's a feedback loop. That's a way cells, like, how do you know when you're producing too much insulin, for example? I'm not saying this is how insulin works. I have no idea how insulin works. I don't study insulin. I'm terrible with the endocrine system. But when insulin gets produced, how does it know it has too much insulin? Well, oftentimes insulin could interact with something. And when that interaction is too much, it can create a different signal that goes back and shuts off insulin. Or insulin itself can go back and shut it off. So while it's shutting off, the insulin is still being produced, but it's slowing to slow down, right? And then that's how you don't overshoot something. Or even undershoot something. Because when something drops, then it triggers another thing that causes expression. So imagine these are called signaling pathways. And the reason why I want to mention signaling pathways is a lot of people love coding, right? They love coding. They like talking about logical systems, right? Logical circuits. Well, there's a reason why bioinformatics also leverages the same stuff from coding. It's because signaling pathways are very similar. Where you have like A leads to B, but if B is really high, right? If B is really high, it inhibits A. But if B is low, it increases A. And then what happens is you can form an entire cell signaling network. And using computational work, you can model this whole thing and find out, well, if I change B levels, what else happens? And you can find like it affects H going up, L is being turned over to M, etc. So these are signaling pathways. So the reason why I bring this up is if you understand cell signaling, you also understand logic. It requires the understanding of logic. So whenever you say cause and effect, right? A lot of times people say cause and effect or leap of logic. I mention leap of logic a lot. That's when it's very much similar to like, well, how does a white blood cell communicate with a T cell? Well, there's a ton of steps in here. When someone tells you, oh, a white blood cell basically just secretes antibodies and then the antibodies interact, like, no, it increases, it does a lot of things in between as well. It also shuts down a lot of things while it's doing it. And all of this can be happening locally in a small area in like the body, the circle being just it could be happening here, but it could not be happening here. And if you measure this whole area, it wouldn't tell you the picture of the local concentration, right? Like bacteria, like for example, when someone's infected with a bacteria, that doesn't mean the bacteria is all over your body, you know, like it's everywhere. It's in some places. That's why like cancer is localized before it's metastasized, right? Before metastasis, cancer starts in a localized area. You can appreciate the idea that someone could have a liver cancer and they can remove the liver and then it might not metastasize to other places. This is the importance of locality versus using averages. So whenever someone talks about like, oh, my blood pressure is low, it's interesting that there's also separate blood pressures. There's blood pressures at your heart. You know, your heart has different chambers. So when we have more technology, you can probably discern where the local pressure is changing. And that could be the source, not just low blood pressure, right? That's a way to describe that. Does bacteria release toxins that kill white blood cells? It can. Like bacteria can do pretty much anything exogenously because bacteria are bacteria. Bacteria is incredibly diverse, but they are often exogenous. They're exogenous entities. In fact, lots of times the bacteria isn't even internal. It's actually external. And what I mean by that is it's the products they produce that gets into your bloodstream. So it's not even the bacteria that enters your bloodstream. It's the product that they enter, like through your gut, for example. Like the bacteria can produce something in your gut and it gets absorbed into your bloodstream. So that's why it's important to remember that your gut is still outside of you in terms of molecular perspective. When you have an open wound, you know, when you have a cut and bacteria enters, that's a direct route to across your blood-brain barrier. So that's why it's very important to make sure that you don't get infected, right? Like infection. But bacteria can make you sick without actually being inside you. Sorry, I know that's a trigger point, but when you have constipation and stuff, that's not the bacteria inside you, it's the bacteria in your gut. And it's producing something that's causing interactions on the surface that's creating a response from your body, right? When you fart, that fart isn't inside you. I would be very, very scared, like really, really scared if gas is randomly being produced inside you. Because I don't know if you've ever remembered about IVs, but if you have a bubble in your IV, like in a hospital, I'm sure there's an example of this somewhere, it can kill you. Right? That's one of the things that people worry about, like you don't want to introduce bubbles, gas into the body because it's inside you. When you have an IV, it's linked across your blood-brain barrier. So whenever you say like, oh, I have a stomach virus, which is actually a bacteria most of the time, a stomach bacteria, right? Stomach bacteria, and it's creating like gas, right? Like you're having constipation. That's still outside you. Just bear with me. If you think that gas is coming from inside you, you're probably dead. Gas, there's no room for gas inside you. There's room for gas in your gut, but not really in your actual body. And hear me out. I said the lungs are more inside you. But the lungs, the actual lungs, like the sacs and the air inside the lungs, that's not inside you. The actual organs is attached to the inside of you. But the air that fills the lungs, the cavities and stuff, that's not inside you. Because otherwise, every time you breathe, something is going inside you, and that would suck. You would probably die of a respiratory infection the moment you're born, because there's nothing preventing the outside from crossing inside you. So when you're breathing, the air is continuous. It's kind of like why you can breathe through your mouth, and how you can fart gas and excrete things. It's outside of your body. Yeah. Okay, I really need to catch up, huh? Those bacteria release toxins that kill. Yes. Being serious, please don't take any responsibility for me still being up. Okay, fair enough. You've been researching more about this topic, stream topic than any other. All of this is very interesting. You should have become a scientist. I'm kidding, Proko. I'm kidding, obviously. But the stuff that I'm talking about, it keeps me up at night. Like when I was in graduate school and specifically graduate school, I don't sleep. Like I think about these things all the time. Like despite my projects moving at snail pace, none of this is ever less interesting. Now the problem I have right now is that it just doesn't seem like anyone else is interested in these things anymore. Like asking questions and then trying to explain them, not someone saying, like there's a difference between being interested in listening to what someone has to say versus an invested interest in trying to answer questions based on what someone says. So like you're researching more about this topic because you yourself are interested. You don't want to be told what it is. And I don't have the answers either. And just the idea that those answers exist is why science is so fascinating. The last time I talked to someone who was genuinely fascinated by the things they don't know is probably you, Procol. Honestly. Like, that's, in my opinion, that's what scientists are. Scientists are far more fascinated by what they don't know because that's the stuff that they want to find out. And I'm gonna cut to the chase here. When you try to find an answer to a question you don't know, you typically come back with more questions. And therefore, you can spend the entirety of your entire lifetime being satisfied with constantly not knowing everything and always looking for new questions. Every new question, everything that doesn't work that well, comes with the excitement of trying to do it. Now, I'm talking about scientists because I was a scientist. Maybe still am a scientist. I feel like scientist is a way of thinking, and hear me out, that also includes the engineer that decided that's a stupid way to do things. I am gonna go make something and still make it stupid, but I want to solve it in my own way. That is still in a scientist. Scientists are not like biologists, virologists. Scientists are people who like to think about questions, whether they are solved or not, and see if they can add to it. It's been a very long time, or very uncommon, that when I look at people, their video comments and stuff, they aren't talking about scientific intellectual curiosity. They are regurgitating memorized facts or constantly linking facts that are real and true, probably, but they are not genuinely interested in using that thing to encourage people to be intellectual about it. So there's no thinking, in my opinion, involved a lot of times. Now, there's a big asterisk because there's emotional thinking. And I focus on emotional thinking nowadays because I think 99% of the time, it's emotional thinking. This is the whole unconscious, intuitive thinking. So I don't ask, can you explain this to me right away? I ask, how do you feel about this? What are the reasons why you feel like this? Why are you upset that this person is cheating when you are not? And then proceed to explain and think about the questions that you want to answer. Because ultimately, there are going to be questions you answer because most of it is unconscious and intuitive. Like, oh man, I don't like this guy. I'm suspicious about this guy. Okay, is being suspicious of a person a bad feeling or a good feeling? Can you tell me more about the bad feeling or the good feeling? And can you answer those questions? In my opinion, when you are intellectually a scientist, in my opinion, you want to answer these questions. So the moment you get someone to start questioning the stuff they take for granted is the moment you can probably have a chance to get them interested, in my opinion, in themselves. Because most of the time, it's about someone's feelings, right? Like, so this person's like, oh, I'm so upset that I screwed up on the exam. It's like, okay, how does that make you feel? What parts make you feel the worst? What parts do you think is responsible for most of your feelings? And then now tell me the nature of that question. Describe the nature of that question. And then I no longer have to ask anything else. Because in my opinion, humans will like to solve questions and problems if they spend time thinking about them. And that's kind of why I feel like people don't do research anymore. Because they don't really research with the intent of learning from it. They research for the intent of being correct. Right? When someone says, oh, just go Google this. Just go Google this. It's like, that's for the intent of being correct. You did not internalize that information. When someone asks me, oh yeah, I go on Duolingo, but it's garbage. Learning a language. Yeah, because you don't have the intent of using it. Like, you're not going on Duolingo because you want to. You have a reason, and like you can think of ways to use the information. You didn't apply it or anything. You're looking at it as, oh, it is responsible for telling me how to use it. And I get where this is coming. They can explain what is common and native. That doesn't explain to you how to use it. Like how you're going to use it. Or how you're going to imagine yourself using it. You can get examples of it though. You can do imitation. And that's where most people learn nowadays. I think internet, you learn through imitation. To me, imitation goes only as far as the source of motivation. And that could be sufficient for someone to get to a goal. But it pales, in my opinion, and I'm very biased, it's paled to self-motivation. And that is the inquisitive nature of what we're discussing here. Like, it's interesting, I talk about this at length because I'm self-motivated. Whether it's right or wrong, the idea that I keep saying, I'm not quite sure. So I'll go find out. But when I find out, I have more questions. I don't sit with, oh, well, now I know. And then that's it. Like, you just like, oh, well, now I know I'm right and I'm wrong. And that's about it. That's where the journey ends. It's the destination. Wait. I've been researching. Okay, I think people who speak the King's English here sounds like the definition of a snob. Okay. Wait. Okay. Your hot take about understanding people's situations is that if you haven't experienced the same thing as them, you can never actually understand it. You can't. You really can't. It shouldn't also stop you from doing so. Because while you can never understand it, if you agree, I can agree with you. You can never understand it. But you can also choose to never want to communicate. You can also choose never to share an experience. To me, if I talk to someone on the internet, there's no difference. This is just noise. No difference between these three. There's no difference between sharing an experience, communicating, and understanding. If you're never going to understand another person, you don't have to share experiences or communicate with them. It's not worth your time. And this is the same as everyone is an introvert, in my opinion. Because this is not my words. I don't think everyone's an introvert. I actually think this leads to the idea that everyone's an introvert. Most people are slimy. I can't talk. And everyone thinks silence is awkward. And the people that can talk are the people that already know how to talk. You're just born that way. Or built different. Built different. No difference. The granularity is gone. Right? That's where the granularity falls apart. And that's kind of like the inside being the inside and the outside being the outside of the body. My bad if I've been stating facts without saying any more about them. That's for like it's understandable, right? Or you could argue I could never understand that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. When I said physical, you mean the bodies of them touching. Yes. Are there any genes that were different to all the parents' genes, even if it does come from them? There's got to be a list, right? I would say it's got to be a viral nature. Placental gene was my example, but there are other genes. I just don't know what they are. Okay, I kind of agree with this. Instead of being able to list a specific gene, I will tell you a percentage, right? I think this is fairly reasonable. I'm going to say less than 8% of the human genome is of exogenous origin. And I'm saying less than 8% because I think 8 is kind of... I don't actually know the percent, but the point is it's greater than 1. It's greater than 0. It's greater than 0% of the human genome. And you know what's crazy about this number? And that's why I'm a little concerned. Remember that little fun fact about like what's the difference? What's the difference between like a pig? The genomic difference between a pig and a human? Or like a monkey and a primate? It's less than this. So to appreciate, like for example, that's also that mother thing. The mother contributes more genes, like more genetic material. This is what I mean by that. When you can appreciate how much 8% or even something greater than 1% is, it can be like an entirely different species of mammals or an entirely different genus of mammals. And I would say this is okay, 8%. I'm not entirely sure what the number is, but it's significant. A significant part of the genome is exogenous from the human genome. Like there's like, I'm not saying it's for a fact, I don't know, but when it comes to like sequencing or like the genome itself, it's very hard to place these in any evolutionary. So there's like some sort of exogenous element, and a lot of it is viral. It's a viral nature. If not most of it is from viral origins. So a virus contributed these genes. Some sort of vehicle contributed these genes. Which is super interesting. I don't study this. I don't study evolutionary, like, yeah, I don't study like evolutionary or lineage, like gene lineage or anything like that. Yeah, and those visible bodies are as touching as possible. Would the new gene mean it can't properly react with the other genes? That's a funny... Would the new gene mean it can't properly react with the other genes? Hear me out. For the most part, sometimes genes don't have to react, if you know, to be kept in a way. But oftentimes there's usually a selection pressure for the gene function. Sometimes it's usually a negative pressure, so then the gene gets lost. But if the gene don't react, it also kind of gets lost. And if it's positive, it gets selected for, you know, like that type of stuff. But if the new gene doesn't react, I don't see how it could be incorporated. So what I mean by that is, if there are no interactions, there wouldn't be a new gene most of the time. Like the whole idea of acquiring a new gene, there's some sort of interaction, right? I'm not I'm trying to challenge myself to think, is there a gene that doesn't react? That is a new gene. Just the nature of it, right? I don't think that's how I'm not entirely sure. It would be interesting to ask like an evolutionary biologist or something. Where is there an example of a gene that literally just serendipitously exists and it just gets acquired or something like that? I'm not entirely sure how frequent that is. When you search for XXY chromosome, they refer to the person as a male with an extra X and not a female with the Y chromosome. I see. Yep, that makes sense. I'll be right back. I really have to go to the bathroom. Hold that thought. When, okay, where did you know when? All right, but it's not outside my body because it's under your skin. It's not under your skin. Proko, listen, listen. The 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 thing when I don't know if you're still here. The actual reason that your gut is not inside you is because it's not under your skin. That's the whole point. So like the reason you're saying but it's not outside your body is the reason why it's not inside your body. That's literally the reason. Because when you look at your skin, if you have your mouth cavity, if you track your stomach, then your small intestine, then your long intestine, then your anus, and then you draw all of it back out, it's never under your skin. Yeah, it's never under your skin. That's what makes this important. The reason why I say this is because this is the epithelial. And it's a really important thing to know because in skin cancer or in skin labs, I was part of a skin lab in after my college. Between college, I had 2 years in a skin cancer lab. All this skin is technically still the epithelial. So a lot of times skin labs, what they do is they study everything with skin cells or epithelial cells. And that's what makes it the difference between inside and outside. Whenever you get under the skin, it's inside your body. Yeah. So no matter what, when you're going through your lungs, like through your nose and through your lungs with all these like little ripples, you know, like the pockets, all the pockets in your, that's one entire skin is one entire continuous epithelial. Yeah. So you're right that I totally, it is correct. The logic is correct that whatever is not under your skin is outside your body. And it's exactly the reason why your whole GI tract is not inside your body because it never crosses the skin. Or in what's underneath the skin is the blood-brain barrier. So, you know, under the fat, the connective tissue, eventually your blood vessels run along your epithelium. So it never crosses. That's an excellent way to think about it. Yeah. It's also why the skin is very, very important. Like when people talk about skincare, right? Right? And I'm not talking about for vanity. Your epithelium, if here's like a skin cancer, like a skin lab bias, what is the most important barrier? Defense. Barrier against, defense against exogenous pathogens. It's not your immune cells, not your white blood cells, technically. It's actually your skin. Your skin is your epithelium is one of your strongest and ever-present guards. So, the vast majority of why your gut bacteria isn't destroying your body all of a sudden is because you have an epithelium. And the epithelium technically doesn't stay exactly the same because your gut's epithelium has like crypts and different types of like architecture. So you're one, like I always imagine, hear me out, this is gonna be a little gross. If you de-skinned a human, it's kind of like taking a liposuction syringe, like take like a syringe and you suck everything out, right? If you suck everything out, you would never have crossed this. It would just be a sac. It would be a sac that lines every single crevice of your thing. So like you can, your intestines would be contiguous with your mouth and everything else. Yeah, it's a lot easier to imagine when you're a cell. Like, what happens is eventually cells come together and then they form like a big bolus, and then this bolus then starts to divide down the middle, and this middle thing that eventually becomes your mouth, and it becomes your anus. So when it was dividing, you know, like lots of more cells proliferate and it becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, the cell literally folds on itself. So it folds around this this little, it's, I forgot what it's called. It's like a furrow or something, like a notochord. And then that chamber is still the outside of your body. Like this little fold that eventually becomes a tube around your body, that's still in contact with your mother. Your mother's like placental fluids. So yeah, this little thing, your throat, through your gut, through your anus, has never been inside you. Ever. It has never been inside you. it folds around, and cells fold around this cavity. So all your guts and stomach and stuff was the folding of your cells around it to create the cavity. Yeah, it's wild. Obviously there isn't like a time lapse. You can only get so much resolution. Like you would have to grow a person in a, like, as far as I know, I don't think there's an like artificial way, like an artificial out of the body, like ex vivo way of growing a fetus. But from the cell to the fetus, yeah, your throats and your like all down the line, and your lungs have always been contiguous with the outside whatever environment that you have. It's so beautiful, like how biology works. I'm just saying, if that doesn't pique your interest, maybe gross some people out. It's crazy, and it's not even my field. Like I think it's even more like here's a little grain of salt. It's interesting to me because I know so little about it. Like so the things I'm describing is something that someone should know. But if you ask a developmental biologist or like a embryogenesis, right? A developmental biologist that specifically specialized in embryogenesis, that stuff, they're like, oh, you don't know the first thing about that. It's like, I don't. And yet it's so fascinating. It's the most neatest part. This aspect, by the way, the thing that I was describing where like it creates this furrow, and then it creates this like a groove that creates the cavity where you like have your mouth and stuff. There are other organisms, you know, there are other organisms that don't have this property. They don't do this. There are organisms where the mouth, this is gonna be weird, but the mouth and the butt is the same thing. So there's an organism, you know, that like it would track around and it would come back out the same thing. So the mouth and the anus is in the same place. So it goes through the system, you know, interacts across the barrier, right? Whatever it is, and it would come back out. It could come back out to the other end. This is something was used for phenotyping, for like classification. This is one of the early classification tools. The difference between where the mouth and the anus is, like how the digestive tract works. And humans belong to a specific group. I forgot what it's called. Hang on. I think echinoderms are a great example. I think that's like starfish. Echinodermata has like one entry, and I forgot what they're called, like deuterostomes or something. But there's names for these. Segregations of names. Yeah, deuterostomes. Deuterostomes are the ones that are different from oh no, deuterostomes is the other way around, where the mouth is the entry point, and they would flip them. They would be in reverse. The anus is where it's complicated, but some of these early things, when you look at them in development, it's a way to separate them. It's a way to classify the different the different animals in kingdoms, right? Besides your traditional, like, oh, is this a plant? Is this a mammal? Is this a fungi? Right? Besides your classical, like, phenotypes, there's also developmental ones. Developmental ones are very early on as well, like where the mouth and the butt is developed first, and then if they have one mouth or one entry point, that kind of thing. And then there's others like circulatory system. Circulatory system is a one that people can appreciate. Like an insect's circulatory system is very different from like a reptile's circulatory system versus like a mammal's circulatory system, right? And then we have like the other classification, which is reproduction, various idiosyncrasies in reproduction. Those are like the early taxonomical classifications. There are some really weird ones. If you're interested in this stuff, there are some weird ones. And of course, I was way after this time. So my form of classifications deal with genetics. So most of the time when I'm talking about classifications, we're talking about genetic distance. And that's kind of like estimating like the nearest neighbor situation. So like you take a gene, right? You take a gene, or the culmination, the collective, the gene collective, and you see how far away the coding frames are, like, or the coding genes or gene markers, how far away they are. Then you find the relationship between them. So like, how do you know that a red panda, I use red panda because back in the day, you might think a red panda kind of looks like a raccoon. Are they related? Well, it's called a red panda, so aren't they related to a giant panda? And then because of genetic testing, they are too far away from either. So they are in their own group. If you use taxonomical classifications, it would be very difficult. It would be far more difficult to evaluate this. Kind of like how rabbits are not rodents. That's kind of a new common thing. Rabbits are not rodents, but they were once considered rodents because of the taxonomical, like how taxonomy was done. But rabbits are not rodents, or not necessarily rodents, right? I think the red panda thing is pretty interesting. Despite like nomenclature and their appearance and all that stuff. There was another one. I mean, we also have like dolphins, right? Dolphins are not fish. However, there was this funny study about taxonomy with genetics that it's become accepted now that dolphins, however they used it, I don't know how they measured it because I only read it on a highlight, like a news report, so I don't actually know. This is not my field expert, but dolphins are at a point of no return. They passed a critical juncture.
according to probabilistic models, they pass a critical juncture, so they are now permanently not mammals. And what I mean by that is, because of their genetic drift and the mutations that they have, they are unlikely to suddenly become like land creatures again or something like that. Like have the characteristics of mammals online. So dolphins and whales maybe like in another 100, 10 generations, people will probably see them as fish. I don't know. It's semantics. Taxonomy is, in my opinion, if you want a hot take, do a little feel free, explore how taxonomy works, right? The history of taxonomy, even, and then go back and look at how internet jargon works. And there's a historic lesson there. That's social commentary. So right now, the early taxonomy history, like evaluating people on how they look, or evaluating organisms on how they look without nuances for other things, but you can still observe and see that there are more things than just the physical appearance and the reproduction, but there's a lack of information, right? This is what the internet is like now with jargon, with categorization jargon. But in the future, it might not be the same anymore, right? It might mature into what now is like genetics and whatnot. But until then, this is where the internet is. When someone says something is unhealthy, it's like saying this thing has a lot of sugar. Eventually, it's going to be type of sugar. And then eventually, it's going to be type of consumer. With more information comes more nuances. With more information also comes with more technicalities. And eventually it leads to it depends, right? But saying this and saying it depends without understanding what it depends on is not the same. It's generalizing and categorizing based on things you don't understand yet. Or maybe don't want to, or it's not necessary. That's perfectly fine. Like, no one needs to know that rabbits aren't rodents unless you have to, right? Is it important to know that your mouth is not the inside of your body? Anyways, thanks, Procol. I hope you get some rest and sleep. I would love to hear what you guys end up talking about on your ride, but if you sleep on the whole ride, that sounds like a win-win in my opinion. Maybe not for your pops. I bet you're gonna end up talking the whole time anyway. In my opinion. Great conversation. Who needs sleep when you're having great discussions or conversations? Alright, so I'm gonna go and try to finish this. Chill days are wonderful days. I don't have like things I need to do outside of doing these lessons. So I have so much extra time to yap. Alright. Let's see if we can settle back into our lesson here. What?
Futan.
Done. Uh, okay. Heck. Heck. Why do I keep thinking like vermilion? Oh no, 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 no. Not. Wait, was I using Chinese as an offset for this? What would Chinese be? Is it pearl? Is it precious? Hmm. Jet. Oh.
Kawajan.
Aida?
Aida.
Aida. Middle is fine. Don't worry. Pro call is fine. He just went to bed. We have this like I feel like become accustomed to talking to the point when there's not a response, we can call it a day for another day. Right? 30 minutes ended up turning into 5 hours. Who would have thought? I'm gonna try to say a little bit less. My voice is kind of rough.
主観的
学
Good thing. What? Oh.
呼ばれる
Your party. Whoops. Whoa, what? Hmm. Oh. This is Target, right? Or is it? Yeah, this is Target. How did Target work? Heck? Heck? I must have misspelled
対象
facial. Uh, gotta take down. Oh.
下ろす
Mm-mm.
女優
What? Oh, wait. Screwed up there.
副大統領
Come on, voice. Oh, I spent some time. Yesterday, this was the weakest, right? What was the weakest?
関わる
Akawaru. Okay. Okay.
"輸送
You saw.
停止
Ishi.
過ぎ
Sugi. Oops.
年配
Nenpai. Heck.
"担ぐ
Okay.
Zengaku
Sengaku.
肩こり
Oh, cool. I got stuck on this a little bit yesterday. Hmm.
Getgaku
Okay.
時間
Become. Ne?
長袖
So,
「 大量
大量
表す
表す
輸出
う
問う
Oh. Magure. I don't know what magure is again. Wait. Hold up. Look. Okay. Heck. What? What? Oh no, wait. That's not the word. What do you loiter with a weapon? This is like actively working, right? Like Genji. The yak farm is working at the Eki.
現役
Genji.
寝坊する
Osu. Second salary. Oh man, that takes so long. Okay. Fine.
木製
Okay. We swapped it up yesterday. Got some time. Gotta fill it out.
規則正しい
正しい Heck. Heck. Oops.
比較
Okay. Oops.
,高値 割引
割引 Heck. 割引 like pull apart. But what is Wadio pulling apart? Repeat. Okay. Discount. Uh,
防火
か。
吸収
優秀。
定量
うーん。あ
気づく
営業中
営業中。
置き場
今。
家庭教師
教師。Okay. What? What? Wait, hold up. Oh. What in the... Oh, MAKU. Oh no, Fukisoku.
不規則
I'm not entirely sure if I didn't type that, but man. Um. What? Oh man, I really thought it was. I really thought it was Saku. No, wait. Oh no, this is like piercing, right?
つく
Good. Like suddenly stab. Twice. Oh no, that's just stab. Huh. Wasn't this stab? Oh, it was stab. Hmm. Kind of weak. That's a little concerning.
Hangaku.
It's like feathers. Makes sense. Cover the body. Like iso? No. Like koromo. Yeah, koromo and hime. No. Yes. I don't know where the me comes from. Koromo is
衣
okay. How do I do the hime part? Hime. Oh, kinu. Oh, it's not kime. Kinu. Okay.
長崎県
Alright. Uh oops.
東方
Oh. Heck.
割れる
Idiot.
燃料
Yo.
吸血鬼
Yuketsuki.
岡山城
Yamajo.
誕生日
Enjoy. Ah!
中国製
What? That not it? Oh,
頑張る
somebody. Typo.
革命
Akume. What? Oh,
吸収する
issues.
多額
違う
Thing out.
自家製
Let's see.
輸血
I think I skipped 2, right?
文化
Inka.
準備する
Yumbisu. Oh, I skipped 1? Hold. Soul. The soul. Increase. Hmm. Hmm. How do I increase? Is this? Oh, wait. No. I don't. No, I don't think so. Is it? Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Why don't I know what you are? Sue. Add? Maybe like... Son of a bee sting. How do I not know what you are? Please. I don't know. Alright, well, let's try to write something for this. I still got reviews from... Still got more reviews later. So, what is it? Increase... And... We have what? Soul. Pretty sure. Increase... Something dealing with the soul. This is probably to increase something. Or... Probably to increase. Ma? Why is it Ma? Probably Masu.
マス
Masu. Increase to grow. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Masu. Actually don't know. I guess we'll go over the Masu. And what was the other one? What was based on? Is there another Ma? Not entirely. No. I think this is the only Masu. It's past 9 o'clock, so we got 38 more to go. Nip it in the butt, right?
応援団
All and done. What? This is like weather, right? What in the world? How's that not Kiesel? Weather. I find this a little upsetting. The only other thing I can think of is
気象
sure. Did I not write anything for this? I didn't. Why didn't I think of show first? Because it's a secondary reading. Only the show knows when the weather is right to avoid zombies. So the key? Um,
脱ぐ
伝統的
伝統的
収まる
Amaru. Oh, excuse me. Kakueki Teisha.
各駅停車 援助する
Angels. What? Oh, wait.
指導
Shido.
Kawa
幹
Miki. What? Oh, oh, I see it. Ah, I keep typing the same thing.
領収書、
領収書。Dang it. Yellow? Okay. Reason. Tag. Reason and flag. Oh, the delivery. Or deliver.
収入
Chew new.
鬼
新幹線、
Income. What? Oh,
導く、
導く。
支援する、
支援する。
値札
値札。YOLO? Heck.
半袖
ここで。星
建物
建物。Oh.
安値、
でね。
減少、
減少。
さらに
さらに。さらに。
停電
And then what the
営業する
営業する to fund a business? Okay, we did a pretty decent recovery there. What is tomorrow going to look like? Wow, 11 p.m. Oh yeah, I went way too late. So tomorrow we might do a burnout day tomorrow. Yeah, we skipped too much. Too hard. We digress way too hard. So tomorrow, oh no wait, if I do a burnout day then we'll hit the new review. What do tomorrow? What do? Because this is the 107 for the current unit. What do tomorrow? Actually, what time is it? I mean, what day is it? Saturday now? Saturday just started? Ooh. I could just start really early. Maybe start at 2 and make the time limit 2 hours. And then just have a buy on it. Probably what we're gonna do. So let's go over this. So sometimes when the day goes a little long, we would move between day 4 and day 5. So tomorrow will be our burnout day, which isn't too bad. Oh, does that mean level up day would be the day after? I have to do something on Sunday. Oh no, it's Monday. We'll see. P5X version 2.1 is happening either Sunday or Monday. Gotta double check. Guess I'll find out. I'll find out tomorrow. Capital for tomorrow. Capital, wedding, friend, mix, lifeguard, both. Greenhouse and mantis. Do I reads? Yen. Yo. Gan. Yo. Wata. Go. Yo. So. Heck. Yo. I. Ho. Sen. Kan. Zetsu. Oh no, Zetsu is onyomi. Zetsu. Ho. Hi. Kan. So. Heck. I. In. Heck. Takes me so long. You. Oh. Yes, ka, kyo, ora. All right. And then the one was masu. Oh no. Wait. I don't actually know what the mask looks like. I think the mask looks like this. Right? Double check. Increase. Yeah, it's the sun underneath. Okay. Yeah, masu. Increase. This one kind of just sticks out on its own. I only have 2 so far, so it's not too bad in the beginning of things. All right, folks, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session. Had a great digression. Talked a lot about like cursory science, I guess, cursory science, and many other things. When Pro Carl's around, we do be yapping, right? We do be yapping. It's all okay for that. What happened to the... Oh. I see. Yeah. So... if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Hang on. Let's put masu back. The heck happened to my... Feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself, right? And you're always welcome to come on by. We can do some yapping. Enter some deep discussions about stuff. Always make time for it, right? Always feel free, share some candid remarks, reflect on things, exchange some ideas. Definitely be prepared to explain things, right? Maybe double down on certain things. Always nice to invigorate each other, talk, tax, share, keep each other motivated. Until then, those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne, mite kurete arigatou. Right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little, stretch a bit, and I'll be back for my Hanza Hero session. Thank you.